The story begins with a ritual. The chief elder, surrounded by his people, gives a speech about how the gods of the universe have given them the power to fight monsters. The skill tree. He lifts up a basket containing a newborn baby and shouts that Toru has a skill branch called Restoration. The baby cries incessantly. Switching to another time period, we are shown the entrance to the Goblin forest. A man with dark hair and armor is hunting some kind of creature. In front of him stands a tree. He has a dagger in one hand and a long sword hanging from his belt. He swings this dagger at the unknown creature, and after several attempts, finally hits the core and tears the entity apart. He takes out the dagger and sees that the blade of the knife has become deformed. The acid has eaten away at his knife, which he realizes. He looks at the sword and then confidently uses his recovery ability, causing the knife blade to straighten and return to its original shape. He fills some vessel with killed slime and says that this acid is already from 12 slime. Suddenly, someone calls him to wait behind. The man turns around and sees an animal with whiskers and sharp teeth dying right before his eyes. The man realizes that magic has just been used. The strangers aim their blow straight at him, but he manages to jump and dodge the blow, after which the tree standing behind him breaks from the stranger's attack. The man lands and looks back. One of the hunters, a blonde man, says indignantly that he was the only one who wanted to catch him, and that some old man ruined his spell. He picks up the rest of the beast and asks how he can sell it. He asks about the main character. Didn't he know that he always wanders at the entrance to the forest to hunt slugs? The blonde angrily says that he collects nothing but trash. The comrade tells the blonde that he is only telling the truth and asks him to look at his armor and weapons because they are completely intact. This proves that he only hunts weak monsters. The blonde gets angry and says that this is a waste of time. He suggests that the others move further into the forest and hunt for bigger games. 30 years ago, the priest and the villagers of his village gave him a skill that was supposed to restore anything. It was enough to restore the broken knife he had used to destroy the slime core a moment ago. However, he can only activate the skill on monster-related items, so it is useless during combat. For a long time, he was unable to enter the forest. A man comes to the border town of Dadan at the city gates. 2 knights stand at the brick wall guarding the entrance. The man is met by another blonde man with very long hair. He sarcastically asks him, calling him an old man, if he has finished collecting dirt earlier. The knight in the background tells him to stop talking like that. The protagonist looks up at him and shows him his badge. The blonde says that he knows this isn't the first time he's shown him his badge of the lowest class, G-rank adventurer. The protagonist turns away silently and leaves. The blonde man shouts after him that it's time for him to retire because being a gatekeeper is much easier. The blonde exhales. In the adventurer's item evaluation department, the worker asks for the next client to come to her. The protagonist approaches her and gives her the slug acid. The worker picks up the objects with disgust and asks what they are. The protagonist does not answer. The woman asks if he is sure he has the right address because they are evaluating items obtained during hunting. Suddenly they are joined by that group of comrades with the blonde guy, who tells her that he was wrong, because a scavenger hunt is also a hunt. They come closer and say that he wasted their time during the hunt, so they will take it. The third comrade tells the second to stand. As soon as one of them reaches out to the slugs, the protagonist immediately hits the man in the face, taking his prey. The blonde also attacks him, but he easily dodges the blow so that the blonde crashes into the worker's counter. The worker starts to panic and shake. She has been splashed with acid from the mucus. She asks what it is and asks someone to call the guard. Another polite worker approaches them, calls the first one Marika, and asks if she did it again. She turns her head and thanks the main character for everything, calling him Toru. The woman scolds Marika that even though she said the liquid was safe, she said to be careful. Marika says it's not her fault. The guards take those comrades. Tori takes the slimes. And it tells Marika that she will clean up here. Suddenly, all the slime gathers into a heap in the atmosphere and flies back into its shell, surprising Marika. And it tells him that 1 mole horn and 15 forest slugs will cost 95 copper coins. She gives them to him, and he leaves with a bag of money. Toru comes to the butcher's shop. The vendor greets him and sees the slaughtered animal. Toru says nothing. The butcher picks up the animal and says that it will make it easier for him to skin it. He asks if he will take half of the meat for himself, and the butcher buys the other half. After a while, the butcher hands him something wrapped up, saying it's for him. Then he whispers that it's a regular bonus, so he should keep it a secret from the boss. Someone from the audience shouts at the worker to stop chatting and work. The butcher obeys him contentedly. Toru goes around the corner with a bag of meat at night and sits down. He opens the bag of entrails, and stray cats come out to the smell. The cats approach the food and begin to eat. Toru pats their heads with a satisfied face. Then he notices something in the shadows, the eyes of an animal. He feels a little sad that the third one still doesn't come to him. Then he stands up and says that he never eats while Toru is around, so he better go. He gathers up the rest of the bag and leaves. A third animal slowly emerges from the shadows. Toru arrives at Avril's boarding house. A woman with elf ears comes out to her. Toru hands over a package and says that it is horned mole meat. It's Avril's landlord. She thanks him and says it will probably come in handy. Her face is soft and calm, wishing him well. Toru comes to his room and lies down on his bed. He closes his eyes and begins to think that today was no different from any other day. In his opinion, tomorrow will be no different. He opens his eyes and looks closely at the closet. Then he picks up his badge and checks his skill points for today. He is surprised and stands up abruptly, seeing that he already has enough control points. He turns his head towards the closet. He looks at the closet confidently and defiantly, walks up to it, and opens its doors. In the closet stands a soulless girl with long hair and a dress. This huge doll does not speak and continues to look at him. Toru looks at her with regret and remembers the events that happened 25 years ago. The followers of the gods of destruction at that time crawled out of the great abyss at the center of the world and attacked his village. They actively devoured the villagers one after another. They had almost reached it. The hidden passage to the main road was ahead. Suddenly, a beast attacked them, but Toru jerked away and was able to kill it. While he was rejoicing over this, another monster appeared behind him. The girl excitedly screams his name. She runs up to him and takes the monster's blow to protect Toru. The boy turns to her and sees her shaking and covered in blood. The old man clicks his tongue and uses his ability to stop time. Everything freezes. The old man turns to Toru and says that he has stopped their time and that he must take her with him. Toru trembles and holds back tears. The old man shouts to him that she is still alive. After these words, hope appears in his eyes. They go to the Temple of Healing. The healer says that this is terrible, and that even the power of the water god Arulia cannot heal her while the stop skill is active. He adds that if it is cancelled, she will die at that very moment. Toru gets angry and gives up on the idea. The old man says that there may be only one way to save her. Toru asks him to tell him what it is. Grandpa says that his recovery skill can save her. Toru didn't expect that. He looks at him in shock. Then he yells at him that it's impossible and that he can only turn back time 10 seconds and besides, his skill doesn't work on living beings. The old man says that if he raises his level, everything will be different. Toru looks at his grandfather with interest. The old man tells him that he can open the power of God if he reaches level 10, because with his ability to stop, everything was the same. Toru shouts that he can still save her then. The old man agrees, but says that he will have to suffer a lot on the way to it. Toru shouts that it does not matter, because if she survives, he will do it no matter what it costs him. The path further was as terrible as the priest described. In order to increase the level, it was necessary to kill monsters. But Toru did not know how to fight. He could only run. At one point, the gate guard couldn't look at him. He started teaching him how to use a sword. Soon, he was able to hunt. He would constantly see newbies joining teams and being taught how to distribute skill points. He became a master of dodging and parrying when he reached level 30. He once saved a child from monsters that were attacking dead on city, which caused him to lose half of his left arm's strength. Even with such a wound, he still continued to hunt small monsters. Every day, from morning to night, it was becoming more and more difficult to increase his skill level. But even this did not guarantee that his wish would come true. But Toru refused to give in. Returning from his memories, he reaches out his hand to the girl. Then he removes his hand, sits down on the bed, and says that first he needs to level up. Every person has an innate tree skill. A person can perform various miracles with the skill contained in the branches. In his head, he takes a vessel of skill points full of 10,000 units and pours it all onto the tree. Restoration returns objects used in battle to their original state. He is at level 10. He can use his skill 10 times in 1 hour. It is activated by blinking at will. Toru realizes that the limitation of his recovery skill has changed from item to object. He clenches his fist. He recalls his grandfather's words that he would be able to release the full potential of the God of Time when he reached 10 levels, and that it was the same with his stop. He looks at the vessel in the corridor and says that it left them halfway, but the ashes of the grandfather and the stop remained with him. He goes to the vessel, opens it, and scoops up the ashes from there. He looks at the sand and uses the recovery skill. Nothing happens. He understands that the gods of the universe cannot return departed souls, which was to be expected. He looks at his injured left hand and remembers everything abruptly. He doesn't understand why he saw how he injured his hand. He wonders if recovery has the ability to look at past targets. The fruit of the tree speaks of the perception of the time continuum, the precise understanding of the time continuum of goals. He looks frantically at his hand and realizes that he can feel blood flowing down his left hand. He clenches his fist and pulls it towards him. He says it's clear he activated it through his gloves, so he can use the restoration without direct contact. He turns his head sharply towards the closet. He stands up and reaches his hand to her neck where the wound was. He silently asks himself for it to work. He uses his ability and sees many memories from that event. He continues to look at her. Seeing no reaction, he wonders if it didn't work. However, she makes a sound, and Toru's eyes widen. The girl comes out of the closet, looks around, and asks if this is the afterlife. Toru replies that it is a closet. He asks her if he should explain everything. The girl asks him to tell her with a smile. He tells that when he was a child, his grandfather stopped her time with a stop. He continued her treatment and that he needed a lot of money, so it took quite a long time. The girl asks him if his grandfather left them. The girl ponders. Toru doubts that she recognizes him. He smiles and says that if he uses restoration, he will become the boy he was then. But even if he rejuvenates his body, he will still be an old man at heart. The girl suddenly starts saying that there was another boy there with her. Toru averts his gaze and says that no, he hasn't heard anything like that. The girl says that she understands. Toru thinks to himself that this will be better for everyone, touching his face with his index finger. Suddenly, the girl bursts into genuine laughter, and through her laughter, she says that he still hasn't been able to get rid of his old habit of touching his chin when lost in thought, after which she tenderly calls him by name. Toru, hearing his name from her lips with slight surprise, says the name Sarah in response, trying to make sure that what is happening is real. Sarah, without a second's hesitation, throws herself into his tight embrace with a joyful cry. Toru asks her when exactly she realized that it was him standing in front of her. Sarah confidently answers that she recognized him from the very beginning of their meeting, but Toru, with a slight grin, asks her to tell the truth. Sarah answers that she is telling the pure truth. She explains that she knew about her grandfather's tragic cardiac arrest, so she was absolutely certain that this event was the key to his recovery and return to them, hoping that he would return to his former self. Sarah cuddles even closer to him, hiding her face in his chest, and admits that she was saddened to learn that her grandfather had already left this world. She thanks him for his help and says that she is infinitely happy to see him alive next to her. Toru, feeling her trembling, gently strokes her head like a little girl, and with a warm smile on his face, says that he is also very happy to see her, and thanks Sarah for being able to survive in this difficult world. Sarah, unable to hold back her tears, says that in theory she should be older than him, but is surprised to realize that he has long outgrown her. Toru, agreeing with her words, replies that this is indeed true and that he is no longer young. Sarah, bursting into tears from the emotion, says that she is amazed at how strong he has become and that she did not expect to see him like this. Toru, confused, mutters that she must have imagined it and that he is not at all as she sees him. Gently stroking her head, trying to calm her down and distract her from sad thoughts, Toru asks if she is hungry, offering her a snack. In response, Sarah says nothing, only continues to quietly snore, burying her face in his chest. Toru, full of love, tenderness, and care, looks at her with warmth, ready to support and comfort her at any moment. Morning comes in the boarding house of Uriel. The sun rises, the bird sings. Sarah sits next to the sofa, where Toru lies and sleeps soundly. She looks at Toru curiously and waits for him to wake up. Toru opens his eyes and stands up, pulling Sarah towards him by the chin. The girl is surprised. Sarah automatically closes her eyes and waits with trepidation for something to happen. But Toru interrupts and says that she seems to be okay. Sarah pulls away from him and tells him that the landlady said breakfast was ready. Toru says that's how she met her before he introduced them. Sarah doesn't answer and yells to Uriel that Toru is awake. Toru gets up and goes down to breakfast. Sarah at the table says that she is eating for the first time in 25 years. Toru looks at her with indignation, and Uriel smiles and tells Sarah that she says amazing things. Toru apologizes to the landlady for bringing someone so suddenly. Uriel replies that it's okay because they both have to bother each other sometimes, and as a former adventurer, she's happy to support the newcomer. Toru looks at Sarah, who is eating her breakfast with gusto. She asks Uriah if she can become an adventurer. Toru sharply replies that she can't even imagine how hard it is. Sarah, with a wide smile and confidence, answers him that this is why she wants to help Thor. Silence falls. Thor does not answer anything. Sarah changes the subject and asks what kind of meat it is. She admires that it is so tasty. Uriel says that she is glad that she liked everything. Toru, meanwhile, reflects that he was trying to protect Sora from the trauma of the massacre that happened in their village. Then he wonders if he's just getting old, since everything is new to Sarah now. He watches Sarah happily interact with her new landlady. Toru suggests that after breakfast they go and register her as an adventurer. Sarah is immediately happy with the offer. Toru says that before that they need something. She apologizes to your Isle. He asks if she could lend her armor until he buys something and that it won't be for long. Uriel says she hasn't used it in a while. She asks her if she minds. Sarah happily says she will take care of it. Uriel arrives with the armor and says that, as expected, the robe has turned yellow and the breastplate is moldy and rusty. She asks again if she really doesn't mind. Sarah happily thanks her, and Toru reaches out to her clothes and uses his recovery skill. Various memories pop up in his head, along with these clothes. After that, the entire armor is restored and becomes new. Errol is surprised and asks Thor what it was. Thor replies that it was his recovery skill. He apologizes to her if it surprised her. Sarah puts on the armor. Thor admires it, and Uriel tells her that it suits her, as if it was originally made for Sarah. In the end, Toru and Sarah leave the house calmly. In a city full of people busy with their own affairs, Toru and Sarah walk calmly. She looks at all the stalls and asks if today is the festival. Toru tells her to calm down because there are many people living in this old border town. The stalls are open every day. In the center of the world, a huge depression called the Black Hole appeared. The vapors rising from there covered the earth like a veil and created monsters. This land was called Defiled because of the monsters and the impossibility of human life. The city was a buffer, protecting people from being taken over by the abyss. Toru explains that a long time ago, an army of monsters was here, but they were defeated, and those who took part in that battle gained experience. Sarah asks why there are so few adventurers here. Toru tells her that he came here to see the local adventurers. Then he stops abruptly and tells her that she can go from here alone. She turns around and asks worriedly why he is not going with her. Toru tells her not to worry because he will be watching so that his acquaintances do not become suspicious. Sarah thinks for just a second. Then the girl immediately sits down on the ground and groans in pain, saying that her stomach hurts a lot. Then she says that she thinks she will feel better if he takes her to that building. Toru looks at Sarah. Pastersby turned to look at Sarah with surprise and confusion. Toru exhales and says that only this time he will rejuvenate himself, and that around 25 years should be fine. Sarah yells at him to wait, and that he doesn't need to change his appearance. Toru says that the people around him don't think much of him, and if she's with him, nothing good will happen to her either. Sarah asks if he did something wrong. He replies that the point is that at his age, an old man like him is still a low-ranking adventurer, and that is not something to be proud of. Sarah indignantly shouts at him that she is proud of him. She quickly rattles off that she asked the landlady how hard it is to be an adventurer. Toru continues to look at her, and she says that a normal person wouldn't be able to last 25 years, and that if she were him, she would have given up already. Toru asks if it's even though he's such an old man. Sarah says he's a cool old man, so it's okay for her. Sarah takes his hand and pulls him along. They are standing by the board with an announcement that sorcerers are needed. A squad of 3 E-rank warriors. Someone urgently needs a water mage of D rank and above. They ask someone to respond within 2 days. Sarah asks him what it is. Toru replies that it is a notice board and that one can write a request or an invitation to join the squad here. Sarah says that's interesting. Then she asks Toru if he ever wrote anything. He says there was never a need. They're met by the same trio with the blonde at the head, looking at Sarah with interest. Sarah and Toru approach the worker. She recognizes Toro and asks if he's really back so quickly. He replies that he's just keeping an acquaintance company. Sarah excitedly says that she is glad to meet him and that her name is Sarah and she is not an adventurer yet. She asks if Mr. Toru brought her. She asks what kind of relationship they have. Sarah quickly tells her that they are going to get married, but he covers her mouth with his hand and says that she is from his village, so he takes care of her. The clerk takes a close look at her papers and realizes she's only 17. Then she holds out a ball and asks her to touch it. Sarah asks what it is, and she says it is a tool called a soul analyzer. It will allow him to test his skills. She places her hand on the ball. Toru watches closely what is happening and sees a branch inside the ball. Toru thinks that before they came here, he checks Sarah's skill tree with his time flow perception ability. It shows more details than a normal soul analyzer. Reversal reverses the target's attack or effect at level 1. It can be used 5 times per hour and is activated by blinking. The worker says that the white tree is quite rare, and this is the first time she has seen this magic skill reversal. She says that even in their village, she was the only one who had one if she uses it. Any attack bounces back unless it's too fast. Toru recalls the events with a serious face, relating them to her ability. His train of thought is interrupted by Sarah, who shows him her badge. She happily says that she has a badge just like his and that they are like a couple. She is happy that she is now an adventurer, just like Toru. Suddenly, someone starts clapping for them. They turn around. The 3 of them congratulate Sarah on her registration, calling her baby. The second one says that it's just in time because they were just looking for a girl mage. One asks, how about dumping that old man Grang and joining their squad, and that they will show her the ropes. Toru tells Sarah to go home. The blonde gets angry again and shouts that the old man was not given his word. He attacks him with his fist, but Toru easily dodges it again. Toru lightly touches his shoulder. After this, the blonde man, instantly losing his balance, falls heavily to the ground, plunging into a state of clouded consciousness. The people around him, panicking from what they saw, begin to scream loudly, asking what exactly Toru had just done. Toru, without stopping, repeats his actions, and in the same way touches 2 more people who recoil from him. The boys also fall sharply to the ground. Sarah, watching what is happening, looks at him with obvious delight and admiration, and Toru, turning to her, explains that he returned them to the state of strong alcoholic intoxication in which they were previously. They leave this place, and on the way Toru, turning to Sarah, asks if she sincerely does not object to everything that is happening, considering that in the future there will be more such situations, and besides, she will have to fight dangerous monsters. Sarah, with confidence in her voice, reminds him that she'd clearly expressed her desire to help Thor in everything this morning, and that she was genuinely happy to have the opportunity to walk next to him again, enjoying their walk together. She hugs him tenderly, and then, with a slight smile, asks if this is really what Toru had been dreaming about deep down inside. She encourages him, urging him to tell his sister everything, expressing her confidence that she will definitely help him find a solution. Toru, looking thoughtfully into the distance, shares with her his desire to go somewhere far away from all this, admitting that for the past 25 long years he has invariably passed through the same entrance to the forest, as if in a vicious circle. Sarah, with genuine concern in her voice, asks him if he regrets that his life turned out the way it did, to which Toru, with a warm smile on his face, confidently replies that this is absolutely not the case. He, with genuine enthusiasm and a smile, tells her that he still wants to continue his path as an adventurer, full of surprises and new discoveries. Sarah extends her hand and invites him to be adventurers together. Thus, that day, the lone adventurer Toru finds a party in the company of Sarah. They joyfully walk into the forest against the backdrop of the sunset. In the Goblin forest, Toru teaches a frightened Sarah how to go into the Goblin forest, while Toru stood calmly and pointed his sword down. Suddenly, a mole with a horn jumps out of the ground. Sarah sees all this and points her stick at the monster. Toru hits the mole with one blow, but the animal does not die. It burrows into the ground again. Sarah asks if it has escaped. Toru says, "Not yet. Next time, if she is ready," he asks her to try using her skill. Sarah says, holding the stick, that she will catch at this time. The mole suddenly emerges from the ground again and jumps towards Thor. Sarah looks at the mole. She uses her inversion ability, causing the mole to crash into the ground, bleeding. Sarah sees it and asks if it's a horned mole. To her, replies that it is, but she overdid it a bit because the horn is destroyed. Sarah apologizes to Toru, who approaches the monster and says that it's okay and that he'll fix it now. He uses a restore spell, after which the horn returns, but he himself continues to lie dead. Sarah tells him that he has revived him. He replies that this is impossible. Because the soul belongs to the god of creation, he can only restore the state of the body before death. He cuts off the mole's horn with his knife. Then he uses the recovery skill again, after which the horn appears on the mole's head again. Sarah understands and says that he does it cleverly. He continues to use the ability and multiply the horns. Toru says that their family has grown, so he needs to add at least a little to his income. Sarah is happy that Toru called her family. They leave together. Sarah says that she was actually surprised that Toru dodged so quickly. He says that he restores his body in different points of space. The more practice, the better he can move. Sarah guesses and says that's why he touched himself here and there today. Toru puts his hand on her face. Sarah blushes and doesn't understand why he's doing this. At this time, Toru looks at her ability tree and sees the spatial perception skill. She can analyze the target space in detail. As he thought, Sora's ability to detect the horned mole's movements was too good, so it was her skill, a skill of perceiving space, unlike his perception of the time continuum. At this time, Sarah stands with her face ready for a kiss, but then Toru simply turns away and leaves. Sarah asks indignantly if that's all. Toru turns and asks what she's talking about. Sarah walks past him, offended. Toru thinks to himself that when he hunted alone, it took him 20 minutes, but now the fight only lasts 3 minutes. He looks around and says out loud that it seems like they can go further into the forest faster than he thought. They are sitting in a hollow tree. There is food in front of them. Sarah is happy that it is meat. She bites meat with great appetite and eagerly. In a split second, her expression changes and she screams that he is salty, causing the other animals in the forest to turn around. She quickly grabs a bottle of water and drinks it greedily. Toru looks at her out of breath, face with warmth and a smile. He says that first you have to cut the dried meat into thin slices with a knife, then wrap it around the cheese and cracker, and then eat it. He does all this, Sarah indignantly says, that you should have warned her. Sarah tries it and says it's delicious. Toru asks her if she noticed anything on their way here. She replies that she was surprised at how easy it was and that there is good visibility along the way. She also notes that the ivy and branches are cut back, meaning they are getting enough sunlight. Toru says she noticed, and that's great. He explains that the Goblin forest adjacent to the city was declared a logging zone, and over time they created safe routes, trimmed the trees, and chased away all the animals. He says that there is now a beaten track leading to the very middle of the forest. to the logging sites, which are famous for their good timber. Sarah asks if they are forest orderlies then. Toru says that he would assume that they are pest exterminators. Toru asks her how many experience points she thinks she got in her water jug. She says she killed 3 monsters, so that's 3. Toru says it's only 1 point because they killed the mole and the bird together, so they didn't get any points for them. He explains that experience is divided by the number of participants in the battle and rounded down, so she only got experience for the slime she killed before dinner. He asks if she thinks life is hard. Sarah, meanwhile, thinks that Toru has been an adventurer for 25 hard years for her. She hugs him sharply and shouts that he is so cool. Toru smiles and says that's why he wants to go deeper into the forest today. She agrees. Toru suggests that once their skills wear off, he wants to look for the goblins that gave this forest its name. They walk through a forest full of greenery and old trees. Suddenly, they start to hear something. Toru warns her that goblins always hunt in groups of 2 to 3 to surround their prey, so she should not let her guard down. She obeys. A goblin comes out of nowhere and growls at them. The next second, he attacks him with his stick. Another one comes out of the bushes below, and another one jumps out of the tree. They head straight at them with aggression. Toru easily dodges their attacks and immediately strikes back. He kills and hits one goblin after another. The goblins continue to attack, screaming. He takes away one's eye. The other dodges his blow with a jump. The hero fights actively. Then Sarah enters the battle and kills this goblin. Sarah exhales and looks at the goblin corpses. She notes that they are very ugly up close. Toru hands Sarah a dagger and says that they need the right ear first. Proof of pacification. She takes the knife and gets to work. Toru dictates that you then need to stick your fingers into the neck, right under the jaw, and look for a hard object. Sarah finds an object and asks what it is, if it is a goblin crystal. Toru praises her and says that she found a mana stone. Tan does not understand. Toru explains that it is useless on its own, but if you put it into a tool, it has many uses. Trading mana stones is one of the incomes of this city. Toru stands up and suggests that they kill as many goblins as they can before sunset. Sarah asks if he won't take the meat with him. Toru replies that goblin meat isn't very appetizing, so no one will buy it. Sarah replies that she understands and that it is such a shame. They eventually returned to the Adventurers Academy, with Sarah happily walking ahead, talking over and over about the big win. The guard at the gate, the same blonde guy with long hair, tells Thor that he is early today and that if he is tired of collecting all sorts of dirt and is thinking about retirement. Sarah interrupts him, greets him, and thanks him for working so hard guarding the gate. He calls her a cutie. The guy asks Toru who the girl is. He panics and says that it's probably just a coincidence that she's walking with him. Sarah thanks him for always taking care of Toru, who stands at the gate in confusion and wonders when old people became fashionable. The blonde is indignant and tells his friend to say something. He sees that Rickon, his friend, is not reacting and asks what is the matter and that he seems frozen. He awkwardly, looking away, answers that nothing is wrong. At this time, Toru tells Sarah that he will go to the butcher and she should go to the appraiser. She obeys. She arrives and sees that there is a line and is surprised that there is such a crowd. She hears talk about who they hunted. A group of guys discuss everything. One says that this is what happens when you get caught indiscriminately without thinking, and that if it weren't for him, the other one would have died long ago. They support him. Suddenly, they turn their attention to Sarah. They say she's a cutie. Sarah turns to them, says hello, and apologizes for overhearing their conversation. One of the guys says that it's okay because it was one of them who spoke so loudly. It's Hank, the guy with the long, dark hair. Sarah says they got it. The guy says they are actually experienced adventurers. Sarah tells him that today is her first time out. He immediately says that there is a spot on the team. If she isn't a hunting, he recommends joining them. The girl from this group is indignant and asks why he suddenly invites her to join them. Suddenly, Toru comes up to them and asks Sarah if she is still in line. The guy angrily tells him why he is cutting in line. Sarah happily waves her hand at him. They don't understand anything. Toru apologizes and says that he is with Sarah. He walks forward, leaving the group completely bewildered. At the counter, the worker apologizes to Sarah for the wait and asks how her day was. Sarah replies that it was her first day on the job and she really enjoyed it. She lays out a pile of ears and horns, saying that this is the catch for the day. The group stands behind them in shock, not believing their eyes. The worker looks and lists pacification of 2 forest slugs, 5 horned moles, 1 shark beak, and 6 fluids, as well as goblins for a total of 21 pacifications, plus the sale of 57 mana stones. She holds out the coins and asks to count them and accept them. Toru takes the bag and tells Sarah that they are going home. Sarah turns to the group and says that she appreciates them inviting her and asks to reveal the secret of killing goblins sometime later. At this time, the worker calls them and sees that they only have 4 goblins to pacify. They all hold out 1 goblin ear. The heroes go out into the street, happy and joyful. Toru gives Sarah 1 large copper coin and says that it is her share. She thanks him and says that she does not need it because she already has many new things. Toru says that he would not have earned this money without her, and besides, she is a girl, so she needs many things. Isn't that right? Sarah asks him if this is money for wedding planning. Toru flatly replies that it is not. She runs and invites him to go look at the shopping arcade. They walk between the counters. Sarah asks him what he would like to eat. She walks along and stops at a skewered razor bill and asks how about it. The vendor says it comes with honey sauce and that it's delicious. Sarah shouts that it looks delicious, so she wants to try it. She bought 3 pieces, which surprises Toru. Will she really eat all 3 pieces? She says no and holds out a chashlik on a skewer, asking him to open his mouth. He obeys and tries the chashlik. Sarah tries it herself and says it's delicious and tender. She wonders what it's made of. Toru says that it's the same thing. He suggests taking another one to give to the lady of the house. She agrees. At that moment, someone tells them that if they eat so much, they won't be able to fit through the door. The owner just happened to approach them. Toru says that when he met the owner in the morning, he asked her to take Sarah somewhere. Sarah asks if that is why they returned early from hunting. Eventually, they come to a public bathhouse. Sarah says that she has never bathed in a big bath before. Toru says that he thought that she would be tired after her first outing. He himself cannot accompany her, so he asks the owner. Sarah says she doesn't care, so maybe they should go together. Toru was surprised by what she just said. Uriel tells her to go in quickly. They enter a public bathhouse and see numerous girls in front of them. Uriel accompanies and says that the bathroom is in a certain place. Sarah runs towards her with her towel. They sit together in the hot bath. Sarah says how nice it is. In another room, Toru hears Uriel's voice telling Sarah that she can't swim here. Toru smiles. After a while, they come out, first door, followed by Uriel and Sarah. Sarah, thanks for waiting. Sarah says that the sauna is absolutely amazing and that it was her first time there. She brags and says that her hair and skin are so smooth now. Toru says that she is so beautiful that he didn't recognize her right away. Then Uriel asks Sam to step aside for a minute to talk. Uriel says that it seems that Sarah only has one set of clothes. They end up at the store. The female worker is surprised to see Miss Euro and asks what they are picking up today. Uriel tells her that she would like to buy clothes for these guys. Uriel tells the guys that it is a bit hot now, so what do they think about linen and cotton? Toru awkwardly replies that she knows better. The woman says she can offer them some wonderful granite fabric. Sarah asks if she can see what else they have in the store. The worker says, of course she can. While the worker is measuring their size, Euro asks when it will be ready. She replies that she is not very busy now, so tomorrow for the young man, and in 3 days for the lady. Sarah is walking around the store and sits up abruptly when she notices something. Toru comes up to her and asks if something is wrong. Maybe her stomach hurts. She holds out the fabrics and asks which one is better. Tura replies that the sky-colored fabric will suit her. She is happy and says that she thought so. She approaches the worker and asks if she can buy this fabric for this money, showing the bag. The worker says that there are 94 copper coins and that she can only sell a small section for that price. Then Toru hands Sarah more coins and asks if that's enough. Sarah asks if that's possible at all. Toru replies that if he is with her, they can earn a lot more, so he shouldn't worry. Sarah thanks him and says that she loves him. In the end, Sarah leaves with the headband. Uriel says she is glad Sarah is feeling better. Toru says she has always been like this. He asks her if she is causing her too much trouble. Uriel says she is not, and that she is like in the stories. He smiles and asks if she can see it now. She agrees and says that Sarah shines brightly. On the way, Uriel says that they will hope that everything will work out without extremes. Thor agrees with her, while Sarah happily walks with a new headband. In the Goblin Forest, Toru yells at Sarah to be careful, because a goblin is running that way. Sarah kills the goblins one by one with her power, but the goblins never end, jumping out and attacking from different sides. One jumps out from behind Sarah. He is killed by Toru, who thrusts his sword into his mouth. Sarah sees this and sighs with relief. Toru and Sarah have been gathering more and more every day, making the subjugation of goblins their main objective. Sarah asks Toru to use her restoration skill to clean the dried blood off of her. They find a plant. Sarah asks if it is the bitter herb he was talking about. Toru replies that it is indeed it, an ingredient for a healing ointment. It cannot be grown in the city, so it can be sold profitably. Toru tells her to cut off just the top, so it will grow back in 3 days. Sarah is surprised and says that this means it can be picked many times if you remember where it grows. Toru tells her that this can only be done now, because when the summer passes, the picking season will end. They return to the gate. They meet the disgruntled blonde again and pass by. The blonde's friend looks at them suspiciously. Sarah tells Thor that they have a good catch today. He agrees and says that the haul is good enough to attract unwanted attention. An unknown man, surrounded by guards, looks at them. Sarah and Toru continue to look at the important man and armor. Toru notices a silver plaque on him, indicating that he is a B-rank man. The man asks Rikan if it is him. Rikan nods. The blonde is indignant that he whispered something behind the back of an important person. The man tells Thor that there has been a complaint that he is exploiting a novice adventurer by posing as a guide. He asks him to follow him. Sarah suddenly wants to object, but Toru tells her that everything is fine and that it won't be for long. They leave, the blonde shaking with anger at Rikan. He shouts at him that he did not think that he would report to the security headquarters about them. He continues to speak to him in a disrespectful manner. Rikan tells Carlos that he was in charge when he was an adventurer, but in this job he is a superior in rank, so Carlos must respect the chain of command. He asks if he really wants him to respect the one who reported his comrade. Riken looks away and says that he was clearly in violation, so what's wrong with the gatekeeper reporting him, and that he's after dirt, so Thor should know his place. Carlos starts to boil with anger. He hits Rikan in the chest and screams that this guy, unlike them, has worked hard all his life. Rikan looks down and sees that Carlos has no hand at all. Carlos screams that he really wants to interfere with him because of his envy. Then, in conclusion, Carlos angrily shouts at him that no matter how he looks at it, the only terrible person here is he, Riken. Riken tells him that Carlos himself always told him that it was time for Toru to retire. Carlos continues to shout that of course he says that, but Toru is as stubborn as a mule, so he will never retire. Riken says it's weird. Why is Carlos suddenly so protective of him? He looks away and says it's none of his business. Carlos remembers hunting together, Toru teaching him when he was a novice adventurer and didn't know anything. He tells Riken that he can't even believe that Rank B was involved in this matter. Did they really go crazy at headquarters? Sarah and Toru, along with the guards, approach a special place. Sarah asks what it is. She is not answered. She directly asks Toru what it is. He answers that it is an emulator structure which is supported by built-in mana stones. Sarah asks in surprise if this is a training ground. The protagonist adds that both magic and traditional martial arts skills are blocked here if her opponents are not monsters, but even with monsters, only newly acquired skills can be used. The B-ranked seeker takes up a sword. Toru asks him if he can listen to him first. Toru explains that he and the girl are partners because they are from the same village, so he is going to train her, not use her. The man says that if he really helps him, then the two of them can go out and fight him and prove their worth. Toru sighs. He says he doesn't want to dull his sword, so can he take the training one too? He tells him to do what he wants. Toru goes to the swords and picks one on top of the other, saying that won't do. He starts getting angry and asks how many more can he go through. Let him figure it out quickly. Toru says that there isn't a single decent one here. He asks to look at the sword that his opponent took. He starts to get angry and think to himself that Toru is a completely incompetent worm, so why is he pretending to be like that here? Toru takes his sword in his hands, he examines it, and says that this one is still okay. He even grinds his teeth and anger. In the end, they stand in front of each other. The judges tell him to come together. The enemy immediately takes a comfortable position for attack and is ready for battle. One says that he immediately raised the fighting spirit to full at the very beginning of the battle. The second says that Sir Russell's Battle Guardian feature was granted by the god of fire Raphaelite. Russell thinks to himself that Toru will fall with one blow from him. Toru tells Sarah to watch what's going down closely, but she just smiles and says her eyes are already on him. Russell wonders if Toru is going to fight him a B-rank one-on-one. He yells at Toru that he is a low ranker and swings his sword, but nothing happens. Here he realizes that he can't use his martial arts. Here, Toru doesn't miss the opportunity and attacks him. He loses his vigilance and suddenly receives a blow to the stomach with a sword. Russell lands on his knees, breathing heavily. The guards scream in shock. Toru holds out a sword to his neck and says that they will go then. He stands up and tells Sarah to come with him. Suddenly, Russell feels his fighting spirit return. He immediately calls down a fire strike towards them. Toru suddenly shouts Sora's name. The barrier is triggered. The fire goes back to Russell. He groans in pain and falls on his back because he is burning in his own fire. The guards run to him and in a panic ask the others to bring water. On the way, Sarah looks back once. Later, When they were eating shashlik at the table, Sarah asked him what he had done. He raised his head. Sarah says that when Russell picked up the sword, he looked surprised. She asks if it was because he couldn't ignite the sword. She adds that Toru also disliked him. She had never seen him make a fool of anyone. Toru reveals that in truth, when he handed over the wooden sword, he restored his skill tree through it. Sarah is surprised, asking if he can really do that. It's amazing in her opinion. When Toru saw Sarah's ability tree, it occurred to him to redesign his own skill tree. If one can see the past, then the skill tree can also be denied by restoration. So he tried to shorten his recovery tree a little, then the spent skill points returned to the jug. Sarah says that he can then roll back the skill tree as much as he wants and grow other branches that he likes. Is that true? Toru replies that you usually can't redistribute branches. Then Toru adds that that's the catch. It's because their skill trees only have one branch each. Sarah sighs sadly. Toru says he won't use it much because if you know what it is, you can easily counter it. Sarah asks if that's why he made him angry so he wouldn't notice. Toru replies that it worked because it was a sword fight. The first time he passed the sword, it rolled back his martial arts branch. At the end, when it touched his shoulder, it restored everything back. They walk home. On the way, Sarah asks and what he will do if they come again. He replies that the violation was far-fetched. Someone was jealous of them because of the loot. But if they slow down, they won't be touched for now. He says power is the only thing that matters for adventurers, because once people know you're a beast, they'll think twice before messing with you. Sarah worries that if everyone knows he is so strong, women will hunt him, so she asks him to stop. At this time, Toru is thinking about his own things and says that he seems to have guessed who sent rank B after them. He says it's very problematic, but he'll have to talk to them soon. Sarah gets worried and asks if it's a woman. He says it's not. Toru walks alone down the street, while the rest of the townspeople are enjoying their time. He passes people who are eagerly playing musical instruments. He is in the spacious tavern, Choi's Diner. He enters through one door. He is greeted very warmly by one man. Inside, there are other important and beautifully dressed people. Two men arguing enthusiastically with each other, and the woman turns her attention to him. There is a young man next to her. The first note says, "It's been way too long," and asks what finally brought him back, while the second one smiles about all the years and winters that have passed since they last saw each other. He sits down and says that it's true that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He asks one of them how she's doing, and that she, as always, looks so wonderful that he doesn't even know what to look at. A man named Strasia from rank A, who is a member of the group Platinum Flame, is indignant that he, as always, ignores him and always hits on the second one, like a real heartthrob. Koru says that they are in the Platinum Flame, and they spend time in this dive anyway. Strasha says that he doesn't have to emphasize it because it's impolite. They are only close because they studied under the same teacher. The girl's name is Nanessa. She has a scar on her neck from a burn. Teru orders country-style potatoes and sausages. The waiter immediately takes the order and brings the food. Tor tries it all and says that everything is delicious. As always, the waiter smiles at him. The old man with the beard continues to argue and shout at the other man that this is why, as he said, he won't last long using this method. Strasia says that the teacher seems to be in a bad mood. Dadan is the head of the Adventurers Bureau of the border town. He says that one must manage finances wisely and start multiplying with average amounts. Otherwise, he will do the same as any fool from the neighboring village. Sako, the deputy head of the town's Adventurer Bureau, asks the teacher what his plan is for the money since the army takes a massive 30% cut right off the top. Dedan takes a sip from his mug and says that he knows they have no money. Even the repair of the outer wall will not last long. Sako says that he has no money either. If the strategy works, then there will be prospects for many expensive orders. Toru asks the other two what strategy he is talking about. Strachia replies that he means that it is time to shine a shining light on the fallen ruins. Toru asks Nanessa if she can translate this into human language. She says that the essence of the strategy is to capture the northern region of Bassalia, which fell last year, and this is planned for tomorrow. Toru says that's why the bureau was so crowded this morning with A and B ranks. It must have been called up. Dadan clucks his tongue and says that he can rely on a strategy with an unknown probability of a positive outcome, and that iron will not become steel unless tempered. Sako says it's not that he doesn't want to attract talented newcomers, but the talent and its bearer need to match each other, and he keeps his eyes on Tora. Deegan says that this is why he got angry with Tora, and that he really does not shy away from any methods. Then Dedan turns to Thor and asks if he is really going to remain silent and not answer anything, since that is what he came here for. Sako tells him that he got a girl with a rare talent. He asks if it's time for him to let her go. Toru says that's what he wanted to talk about. He asks Sako if he could please not bother them. Sako says that this is not even up for discussion. He believes that talents should work together with talents, and they will not develop their skills when paired with untalented people. Nanessa says that it seems like someone is talking nonsense. Sako's eyes widen at the sight of Nanessa. He asks in surprise what happened to the scar on her neck, and she doesn't understand either. The girl suddenly begins to examine herself. Strasha looks suspiciously at Tora. He removes the bandage from one eye and says that he, cursed by magic, will demonstrate a fraction of the power that is bestowed on the eye. Toru looks straight into Strasha's eyes. Then he immediately says, asking for forgiveness, that it was his doing. Strasha laughs and says that he gave in so quickly and that there was no resistance. Nanessa asks Strasha to slow down. Nanessa asks him what he meant. He says that he simply restored it to this level. If she doesn't like it, he will return everything to how it was. Nanessa says with a smile that no need, she doesn't even know how to thank him. Sako says he understands that he can heal an old wound. He asks what else he can do. Toru replies that he can do all sorts of things. Sakotel tells Dadan he's getting way too old and should probably retire, but Dadan snaps back that Sakotel will never be the boss as long as his eyes are still purple. Toru orders a portion of turnips with tenderloin and a drink. The waiter obeys him. Data tells him why he is so frivolous. They are actually discussing something important here. Suddenly, the plate is filled with food again. Everyone looks at it in shock. Sako says he understands that all depends on how exactly you use the skill. He apologizes for his disdainful attitude. Then Dadan notices something and shouts, "What is going on here? What does he have to do with it?" Nanasa says that something is happening to his head. He panics and asks what is wrong with it. He puts his palms to his bald head and suddenly notices that numerous thick hairs have appeared on it. Toru says that despite what he said, he made him look younger. He asks what he just said, how so? Then Daiden says that apparently he really did spend a long time developing this useless skill. Sako says that let's say he knows how to make them shut their mouths, okay? He suggests that they lock him in the interrogation room at the bureau for now. He says that if someone spills the beans about this skill, a crowd of priests will flock to them and start pestering them, and not just them, but soon others who want hair will join them. Daiden says that if this happens, he will have to hide. even lock himself in his house, and all because of his favorite student. Stresha says that it looks like this will be retirement. Stresha asks, then why don't they have a farewell party? Thor is handed his food. He says he has two conditions. The first is that they leave them alone. The second is that they remove those who decide to interfere with them. That's all he asks for. Sako asks what they will get in return then. Toku first asks him to give him time to think. Then he says that if they give him 6 months, he will prove to them that he can achieve the same position as the two of them. Strisha smiles, anticipating something. Sako asks him if it is not too ambitious for a low rank. He says that if he gives him his partner, it is quite possible that he will be able to speed up their progress. Toru replies that he can't do that. Even with his connections and ability to push people, he can't cultivate talent. He adds that he's too gifted and everything comes easy to him, so he demands too much from others. He thinks to himself that, in reality, none of his people have risen to a rank in the last 10 years. Except for 2 of the Platinum Flame, he is talking about Ninesa and Strasha. Didon laughs, saying that he will finally get a say. Sako says that on the other hand, their director really likes being a retired adventurer, and so he created a trend of all adventurers retiring early. Dardan is indignant at his words. Toru tells them that he's not here to piss them off. He just wants to keep doing what he's always done. The Dawn tells him that he is, as always, not particularly mercantile. He offers him resignation and that he can live with them. He replies that he does not want to resign, but he will consider it if he asks with all his heart. The town says that he probably still wants to be a field adventurer. He asks how long he plans to do this. Toru says that he wants to develop further. He says that one day he will reach the same heights as them. Toru thinks to himself that the ceiling of the great gates of the miasma of the underground labyrinth falls on these two, and that the best positions are occupied by the 2 people who saved the world. He is thinking about the honorary title of Great Hero. Stratia hugs Tora and says how much he likes these far-reaching plans, some of which he is not included in, which he emphasizes. He says that he will be looking forward to Tora. Deedon sees this and says that he should remain an adventurer as long as he can and leave the rest to him, Sako thought, looking at what was happening around him. Sako muses, judging by the way Russell was knocked out. There's something fishy going on here. It's bad politics for the director to stay on his side. Sako says he accepts the terms. He'll tell his subordinates to keep their hands to themselves. But despite all that, he should be relatively aware of his progress. Toru calmly says that he is glad that he accepted his conditions. He leaves the coin and gets up from his seat. He says that since the discussion is over, he asks to be allowed to leave. Didan gets up and asks what he is doing. It is still a child's time. He suggests that they sit and reminisce about the past. Toru simply leaves. The waiter asks him to come again with a smile, and Aiden remains indignant that he was not listened to. Sako asks Dadan if he is really going to let him go like that. Dadan says yes, because he has always been stubborn and has never listened to anyone. He asks if that is true, because he will not admit defeat. Sako says that is not what he means. He asks Dadan with interest whether they will even let him into the house with such hair. Toru and Sarah come to the worker with a cart. She looks and is amazed by their catch today, as many as 2 giant caterpillars. Toru tells her to sell one whole, split the other in half, sell half, and cut up the other. They come out with money and meat. Sarah says she is hungry. She suggests they go home early and fry the meat. Toru tells her to slow down because he's taking her somewhere special today, and with all the meat they scored, he knows they're gonna love it. They come to a dark corner. Toru places the meat on the floor and tells Sarah to watch. 2 cats run out. Sarah looks at them in surprise. Toru asks them for forgiveness for being late. Sarah asks if he was talking about these cats. He says yes, and that he often feeds them here, but hasn't been here for a long time. Sarah starts petting the cat and says that she helped with hunting too. Toru tells her to leave him alone while he's eating, but the cat is crawling towards her with affection. Sarah is happy and tells Thor to look at his contented face. He is surprised. The second cat also cuddles up to Sarah. The girl asks if the cats are enjoying it. Toru thinks that he fed them for 6 months so that they would get used to him. Sarah stands up and feels a strange feeling. He tells Thor that there is something interesting here and that they are apparently being watched. He hears nothing. Then Sarah shouts at him to see what her catch is. He looks over and spots Sarah holding a little girl in her arms. Toru is shocked. Sarah says that they are playing hide and seek. Is she really a local child? Toru wonders in surprise. Is this really the third one? The girl says that she shouldn't eat moo because it's not tasty. Sarah says that she won't eat it and asks about its name, moves, stomach rumbles, and the child says that he heard something about it being tasty. He sees cats eating and rushes in on them. Moo catches Toru and lifts him up. He asks if he has been eating with the cats all this time. He twitches and says that it is his food. Toru asks about his parents. He is silent. Toru starts saying that there is not enough for all the homeless and that he is sorry. Sarah tugs at his arm with a pitiful look. He exhales and says that he will have to ask the owner's permission. Sarah tells Mood to come with her. Mood asks what they will do with him. Sarah asks if he doesn't want to eat something good. Sarah says her name and then introduces Toru. She says Mood can call her big sister. Moo learns their names, making a mistake in Toru's name. Most says that he wants to eat, and he asks the child not to call him that. Finally, Toru, Sarah, Moo, and 2 other cats come home. The owner says that they have nice guests today. Thuru says that they seem to have become attached to him. He asks permission to stay for a while and look after them here. The owner agrees and asks if she should heat up the bath for them. He replies that they would be very grateful. Moo asks where the food is then. Toru replies that he needs to be washed first. Moo asks if they really decided to eat him. Moo ends up being a girl. Sarah asks if they can't clean the dirt with Restore. Toru replies that he tried scanning her skill tree, but the result was 0. It seems she hasn't earned any points from monsters yet. Sarah says she'll try to be good. They start washing her. Moo laughs and yells that she's ticklish. Sarah asks her not to twitch. Toru says it's weird that she doesn't have lice or anything. Sarah says the cats didn't have fleas either. Toru sees scars on Moo's body and wonders what they are from. Sarah tells Moo that she has such cute purple eyes. Toru says that this is a characteristic of the Purple Eye tribe. He holds the lamp up to Moo and tells Sarah to look. Toru says that they are very good at finding their way in the dark. Sarah happily says that it is wonderful. Eurohands move her old things and tells her she can have them if she wants. Calling her Mumu, Sarah corrects her. Toru says that the Violet Eye tribe often uses repetition in their names, so that's also correct. He explains that boys use double letters in their names and girls use repeated syllables. So her real name must be something like Lala Mumu or Mumu Lili. He says that they have such a tradition because they consider the thunder god Gujero as their patron. They try to create similar names, hoping to receive his blessing. Moo changes her clothes and asks Toru how she looks. Toru says that she was able to dress properly and that it suits her. Sarah says that today she is so hungry from her righteous labors. They wish each other a pleasant appetite, and Moo impatiently asks if it is time to eat. They start eating. Moo takes a bite of meat and says it's delicious. Toru tells her to chew well and that no one will take her food away. Sarah agrees with Mew and says that it is simply delicious. The ham is the most delicious in her opinion. She wanted to suggest taking something with her on the hunt tomorrow, but Toru tells her to chew properly, take her time, and drink water with her food. Sarah obeys and drinks the drink. Ural thinks to himself that if only Thor could have met these children sooner. She notices something and asks Sarah if something is wrong. Sarah apologizes and says she just noticed, but her ears are longer than usual. Ural says she is from the Ash Ear tribe. Sarah says she thought so, that she is from far away. Toru explains that the mistress's homeland is in the north and that he heard that their ears have become longer to better hear on the plains of snow. Ural says that this is not true and that it is to better hear the teachings of the ice god's dragon. Toru apologizes. Ural adds that this is what they are told. After all, they are often teased as grey rabbits. Ural asks if Sarah knows much about other countries. Sarah apologizes and says that they grew up in a remote village. Ural tells her that if she wants, she can teach her little by little. Sarah readily agrees and says that she would be very grateful. Ural begins to tell that hundreds of years ago, a huge hole opened in the ground, and overnight, the country disappeared into it. From the great abyss, various monsters emerged, and the world turned into complete chaos. Long ago, there was a large country in the center of this continent. This country was technologically advanced, and its inhabitants lived a peaceful and prosperous life. The refugees scattered in all directions, settling in remote regions. Eventually, people blessed by the powers of the 6 great deities began to appear, and a population of the central region where people like Thor and Sarah live began to appear. The central region is under the protection of all 6 divine powers. Sarah says she was surprised when she saw people with horns or scales. She now understands where they come from. Toru says it's mainly because they rarely visit their village. Errol asks Toru what his plans are for the future. Toru replies that at first he wanted to feed Mu and send her away, but he thinks he will look after her for a little while longer. He remembers that his teacher also had purple eyes. The night passed peacefully. Toru goes to the armorer Aram, who greets him joyfully, saying that he hasn't visited them for a long time, and is he really looking for something? Toru says he came to place an order. He asks if they are busy now. Mu and Sarah came with him. Rummy says that people usually don't take good care of their gear and then bring it in a tattered condition for repair. He punches Thor lightly in the chest and says that he takes excellent care of his things. Everything is in perfect condition. He wants to check if he really came to place an order. Toru says that he urgently needs a new pair of shoes. Rumu asks if this is an order for this child. Toru calls them and asks them to at least say hello, and that the owner of the store may look a little scary, but he knows his business. Sarah greets him and says that she is his future wife. Rama wonders when he managed to get married and even have a child. Toru says that he is just looking after the daughter of a friend, and he only picked up the child yesterday. Ramu thinks and calls Mu a boy, saying that he will now take the measurement of his foot, so let him come to him. Sarah says that it is a girl. They take measurements. Ramu says he will make it so that there is a little room for growth. Will the boots fit them? Mu asks Toru what it's for. He says it's to keep her feet from getting dirty. Toru asks if it can make the soles of her feet soft, like a cat's paw pads. Ramu says he's going to try using soft material for this request. But Toru reminds him how much he complained about that cancelled coat made of special skin. And Ramu clarifies he's talking about the one he never sold. Ramu snaps at him, asking if he's really going to drag a kid into his dangerous business, but he just stays totally silent. Ramu signals for them to step out, and while Mu wonders if it's some weird greeting, Sarah explains he just wants to talk outside. The two of them step out, and Ramu starts losing his mind, screaming about why they're ordering gear for a kid who looks like he'd get wrecked in a real fight, especially since Ramu has zero patience for sloppy work. Toru claims she's got major skills, despite being tiny, and even though Ramu knows she isn't a liar, he's still ready to call her out. Toru cuts him off to show him a secret trick, telling him to keep it on the down low. Then he grabs the busted leather armor while Ramu freaks out because he's staring in total shock because there isn't even a single scratch on him. And while Ramu throws his arms out wide, Mu wonders if this is just another weird greeting until Sarah explains he's actually just giving up the fight. Ramu snaps that he's totally clueless since it obviously wasn't a trick. The armor was just completely trashed, and then he demands to know what the heck he did to it. Toru tells them it's his special skill, and that he's been training like crazy to finally pull off moves like this. Rummel asks if it's for real, then starts screaming with joy because he finally pulled it off, giving Toru a quick pat on the back. He suddenly chills out and admits he's actually hyped, even though he might lose half his cash. But Toru promises he's not trying to compete, and says they're staying together he says this skill works on humans too, so Mu isn't going to die that easily. And then he finally asks if he's down to take the job. Ramu's feeling super confident as he promises to do something special for her, while Toru just grabs the broken armor and fixes it instantly with one quick swing of his hand. Ramu grabs the armor in total shock, noticing all the damage on the hippo skin is just gone, and he's like, wait, what happened to the patch? He gets how Toru brags that his restoration skill is so insane he can actually bring back lost materials, leaving the other guy totally stunned before Toru starts dreaming about getting his hands on some epic dragon. He gets serious and says it's actually not that rare, but then he asks what they think about white ferret skin, since it's worth a ton of money too. Toru suddenly drops a bombshell that his healing skill has a major limit, which he figured out by testing it on a horned mole's horn and realizing he can only restore 30% of what's missing. Even fixing a tiny piece is a total struggle because his brain can't picture the final result and thinks the current mess is already finished. Ramu asks if this means the bigger his armor gets, the more insane his power-ups will be. They shake hands like total brothers, but little do they know, Mew and Sarah have been watching them through the window the entire time. The squad of 4 is hanging out at the Adventurer's Bureau when the long-haired guy asks Rikal if he heard the truth about that old man they met. Rikal asks if it's actually... The guy brags about the girl using a secret skill no one's ever seen, and Rikal asks if he means that cutie, but suddenly, Mew screams, "What is this place?" making everyone whip around to look. Toru walks in with a kid, and while the girl asks where she came from, the red-faced guy points out that Sarah and Toru don't even look related, even though she literally called him daddy. They're totally clueless, but keep following them anyway, wondering if the stepdaughter is the one behind all this craziness. Toru tells Mu to pipe down and explains they're at the Adventurer's Bureau, and Mu realizes the owner actually mentioned that place before. She asks if this is seriously his job, so Sarah explains it's a bulletin board for requests and hangouts, and Mu is so hyped she asks to post something right away. Sarah says yes, instantly, leaving Toru no time to even complain. Moose is struggling on his tiptoes and still can't reach, so Toru just scoops the kid up and asks if he's comfy. Mew's super hyped as she draws 5 people on the board. When they ask what she's looking at, she points to the biggest drawing and says it's Toru, with Mu holding his hand. And when Sarah asks about the tiny ones, Mu explains those are their cats, Kuro and Shima. Sarah points at someone and asks if it's her, but the girl says no, that's just the owner. Toru asks if she's done, so they can head to the desk. Mo is finally signing up to become an official adventurer. The worker asks if she can even handle it since she's only 9. But Toru points out that the rules say you only have to be 8 to be an adventurer. He mentions she's a magician, so she won't even have to get close to those monsters to take them down. The worker tells him it's a hard no, so Toru asks her what the deal is. She explains that the Purple Eye tribe's lightning magic doesn't even have a basic attack level, so Mu's starting skill is actually a super rare electric detection ability. She won't let her just be a monster radar because it would stop her from getting stronger, so she's saying no way. Toru asks one more time if it's because she won't get any skill points, and the worker tells her she's exactly right. Toru tells them not to sweat it, since they'll get the full story once they scan her skill tree. But the worker is already looking at him with total annoyance. She sets a ball down and tells her to touch the analyzer, so she reaches out and puts her hand right on it. Mumaime's rocking the ancient purple lightning tree, a gift straight from the lightning god himself. She's rocking a skill called Electric Spine, and Toru explains it's a passive magic move that automatically zaps anyone who attacks her while stacking up points. The worker awkwardly says everything's fine and hands over the adventurer's token, while Mu reaches out his hand to grab it. Toru gives her hand a brotherly squeeze, just like he did with Ramu, and hands her a token. Toru announces that they're finally ready to move out, but he suddenly stops and asks where Sarah went, only for them to find her still leaning on a chair and scribbling away. They walk up to her as Toru pushes ahead, with Sarah saying everything is ready and this is for the best. Mue glances back at the board for a second and keeps going. The board shows Sarah with a massive grin holding Moose's hand, and she starts sprinting straight toward Thor and Moose. Mu clenches her fists and yells that she's totally fine, but Toru watches as massive bolts of electricity start surging all around her. Sarah is totally shocked and asks what that was, calling it beautiful. So Toru explains it's a spell called Electric Spike that automatically zaps anyone who tries to hit him. Mu says the itching is finally over, and Sarah confirms that every single one of those annoying fleas is officially gone. Toru touches Mu's head to check her skill tree and spots Electric Spike, a move that automatically zaps anyone who tries to attack her. If you use recovery on an Electric Spike branch, the bud just resets all the way back to level 0. Mu was born with this power, and Toru just smirks as he points out there are only 3 buds left on the tree. Toru thinks it's amazing and tells her to try it on his eyes next. She looks up while Sarah watches her every move like a hawk. Sarah finally starts to figure out why Mu is staring. Suddenly, Sarah gets a total chill and whips around, wondering why it feels exactly like it did back in that alley. Mu suddenly looks down, so Toru asks what's up, since she was just acting super happy a second ago. Mu nervously asks if Toru is going to be mad at her, while Sarah is just stressed and has no clue what's going on. Toru promises her everything's cool, and he's not mad. He's actually hyped that she's down to do this. Mul asks if he's for real, so Toru sits down, brushes her cheek, and tells her to stop worrying so she can finally look him in the eye. She flashes him a smile, and in the blink of an eye, she's back at her own tree, thinking about how weird it looks, while Toru says he's just glad it worked, and Mu asks if he's talking about that round thing, and Toru explains it's her special feeling exchange power, an ability that's always active and lets her swap emotions with anyone she targets. This power is seriously OP and works on anyone in her sight, so Toru thinks she only lives with cats because she's actually terrified of using it. It's super rare to be born with a spiritual weapon, so everyone probably treated her like some kind of demon child. Back in the forest, Toru asks if she's doing okay, but instead of answering, she just pulls him into a huge hug while a sleepy Sarah sits right behind them. Toru wants to give it another shot, so he points out 3 buds on the trunk and tells her that pouring this water on the roots will finally raise that middle one up. Mule grabs a massive jug of water and dumps it all over the roots, and right away, a brand new branch starts sprouting out. Mew screams as a weird curved arrow branch sprouts out, and suddenly an electric radar pops up to show exactly where the enemies are hiding. Toru asks if she'll give it a shot. She's super hyped to say yes, and Sarah is right there in the back watching everything. Mew squeezes his fists and shuts his eyes, but when he snaps them open, a ton of electric arrows blast out everywhere, zapping trees and zooming right past the crowd. Mew points and yells that she sensed something over there, so Toru steps up and offers to go check it out. Sarah's totally lost and tells everyone to hold up, asking what's going on and how she can suddenly use 2 skills at once. Toru whips around and shushes him, while Sarah whispers to ask if Mew really has 3 skill buds. Mew sprints to the spot and yells that he found it, pointing at a slug crawling on a tree. Then Toru scoops him up and hands him a knife. Taharu tells Mew to blast that spinning cannonball out of the sky, and after she destroys it, Taharu gives her some major props for the great job. Mew asks if she did a good job, and Toru tells her she killed it, realizing this limited skill is way more useful than he ever expected. Sarah walks up and pats Mew on the head, saying she's finished with him, but her little sister is determined not to lose to her. Toru tells Mew she's doing awesome, but warns her that the next part is going to be brutal, though Mew just brushes it off and says she's definitely got this. Toru thinks that's awesome and tells her she should head back to the tree to check it out. Toru tells Mew to try growing the top bud this time, and Mew is totally down, pouring a big jug of water right onto the roots. The base grows into a lightning needle, giving the user a massive boost to their speed and agility. Toru asks if she wants to give it another shot, but Mew is already locked in, summoning a whole thunderstorm as tiny bolts of lightning start crackling all over her body. Sarah's totally freaked out by how painful it looks and asks if it's even safe, but Toru just asks her straight up if she's actually hurting. Mew says she's totally fine, and it doesn't even hurt, just feels a bit weird, so Toru grabs some rocks and tells her to try and dodge them. He starts tossing stones, one after another, but she dodges them like it's nothing, even leaning way back to let the final rock fly right past her. Sarah's totally hyped because she dodged every single attack, and Mew throws her hands up, cheering that she finally unlocked a crazy new power. Toru tells him he did an awesome job and totally crushed his expectations, so Mo pulls him into a big hug. Toru asks if she can share that crazy power with him, and she's totally down, but she has no clue how to actually make it happen. Toru says she's never really done a reverse confession, but Ta is totally clueless and has no idea what she means by reverse. Tobaru remembers Sarah saying those cats didn't have a single flea, and he realizes she's right. If Moose has mange, why are the others totally clean? Then Moose screams that Kuro and Shiro never leave her side. Toru flashes a grin and asks if she'll share with him too, so she starts plotting her next move and jumps right into action. Lightning starts sparking all over Toru's body as he tells her to shut her eyes and plug her ears and nose. He wants her to focus only on sharing the lightning needle with him, but she does exactly what he says and shuts her eyes and ears. Then Toru realizes his plan worked perfectly as he zooms behind Mu and snatches her up. Toru's hyped and says it's time to start the hunt, but Sarah tells them to hold up and asks if she's part of the team too. Mew tells Sarah it's not her time yet, but Sarah begs her to share anyway, only to get totally ignored as Mew turns to Thor and says she's starving. Toru hands her an apple to snack on, leaving Sarah behind, looking totally crushed. Later that night, they headed back to the guild and dumped a massive pile of goblin ears right on the table. The worker is totally shocked, saying that Toru brings in a bigger haul every single day. He uses the electric radar and lightning needle to lure in tons of enemies so he can hunt way faster. She hands them the payment, counting out a silver, a half silver, and 37 copper coins as they grab the cash and head out. The worker noticed that while most squads are totally failing their goblin hunts lately, Toru's team is somehow getting way better at taking them out. She's scratching her head, wondering how 50 people could even track down 50 monsters in a single day, let alone actually take them all out. On the way home, Mu is totally passed out on Toru's back, and he knows that hunting in the woods all day must have been super exhausting for her. Sarah gives a big smile and tells Mu she's a total pro for switching between those brand new skills, but after using her inversion move 3 times, Sarah's mana is completely gone, and she's gasping for air. Taurus says there's nothing they can do because everyone has different mana levels, and it all depends on their natural talent and the type of magic they're using. Lake Mew didn't just use those electric spikes to kill fleas. She probably leveled up her power by zapping herself over and over. He says inversion only works if a monster attacks her, but once it kicks in, Sarah is capable of some seriously wild stuff. Sarah offers to help out, since Toru looks totally drained, but he thanks her and promises to speak up the second he actually gets tired. Sarah tells him he can totally count on her since she really wants to get closer with Mew. Toru thinks it's super weird she only hates her, so he guesses she might have used her emotion swap on girls her age before, and things ended in a total disaster. Toru tells her to stop rushing and just chill, and Sarah totally agrees, thanking him for actually looking out for her. Toru says he's got a favor to ask, and Sarah's totally down to help, so he asks if she slept with the cats last night. Sarah admits she did, but says they crowded her so much she was basically overheating. Toru asks about trading Move for the 2 cats, but Sarah explains that after following Move into his room, they spent the middle of the night scratching at her door. Sarah isn't totally sure if that's how it went down, but she tells Moo and the cats they should all just crash in her room together. Sarah's room is totally out of space, so she's supposed to crash at Toru's, but he shuts that down immediately, claiming his bed is way too tiny to share. Sarah calls him a total liar because she knows Thor can sleep literally anywhere, and they finally make it to Ural's house. A massive crowd is gathered at the main gate of Dardan to cheer on the troops as they head out. While hanging out at Choi's, Toru found out that every single top-tier fighter had been sent to Basalia on a mission to bring her back. The squad keeps hunting through the Goblin Forest, with Mew's magic protecting Toru's every move as they take down a bunch of caterpillars. Mew asks if he's finally finished everyone off, and he just replies that they're all history. He says hunting these giant caterpillars is basically like fighting a wizard, so that electric shield was a total lifesaver. Sarah tells Mew they need to burn this fur and asks for help starting a fire, but Mew just says she's way too busy right now. She reaches out to grab the white fur, but Sarah can't warn her in time that it's going to be super itchy. Mew starts freaking out and screaming that she's itchy all over, so he grabs her hand with a sad look and uses his recovery magic to make the feeling go away instantly. Mew says she's feeling way better, so Toru tells her she needs to start listening to Saru, which makes Saru joke that Toru is acting like a total dad and should probably find a wife already. Total totally ignores her and tells Mew this is awesome, then tells him to go handle that white fur. They get a fire going and warn Mew to stay back so he doesn't get burned. Then Toru shows him how a branch catches fire the second it touches the flames. She grabs the stick and her jaw drops. They pile the tracks into the cart, and Sarah wonders if the ride is too weak to carry all three of them at once. Toru says it's just a rental and the magic stone is low rank, but dragging it along is way easier than trying to carry it. Toru notices her looking super sad and asks what's up. Is she seriously that worried about some caterpillars? He guesses she's just wondering if caterpillar meat tastes good, and she totally admits it. Toru tells her they should head home and promises to carry her if she gets worn out, which makes Mu super happy. They reach the gate and run into Carlos, who asks where they found the little girl since he wasn't even on guard duty yesterday. Sarah says, hey, and thanks him for all the hard work. So Carlos tells her she's super sweet and asks her out to dinner. Sarah's super excited and says they'd all love to join, but Carlos kills the mood by telling her to back off. Mu snaps awake and asks if they're finally home, but she's immediately staring right into Carlos's eyes as he asks what's the deal and if she's even from around here. Carlos thumps her right on the forehead and she totally loses it, screaming about how dumb he is and what he's doing to Mu. Carlos insists on being called Mr. Carlos, but she's totally weirded out that he already knows Muz's name, and Toru 100% agrees that this guy is acting super shady. As they walk away, Toru yells that they'll definitely meet again, and Carlos screams back that their business is far from finished. The Bureau hands over 2 silver and 18 copper, and after a week of teaming up with Sarah, the group has already saved 5 silver coins while he's got the same amount stashed in. It's the same deal with their skill points. He and Sarah are sitting at 150, while Mu's only got 70. So if they keep grinding like this, those two will hit level 2 in just 2 months. As they walk past the stalls, she starts yelling about all the food, but Toru has to remind her that she can't have a single bite without some cash. Mu hears they need cash and calls them total savages, which completely shocks Toru since he has no idea where she even learned that word. Sarah shows up with some kebabs and hands one over, and she starts devouring it like she's starving. Sarah gives another skewer to Thor, who's totally shocked she even knows. Mu is loving the food and says it tastes amazing, so Sarah tells her there's way more where that came from. But then everything goes quiet as Toru just stares them down. Toru suddenly brings up a nearby bathhouse and asks her to go with him later, but Sarah panics and totally panics and says she's not ready for that at all. Toru's totally clueless and says they're just there to wash up, but Sarah reminds him that girls already have way too much on their minds. Toru stays quiet for a second before finally agreeing to head back, but he says they should bring the mistress along once the horses finish their meal. They finally reach the building, and Mu is totally shocked to find out it's actually a bathhouse, so the girls head their separate ways while Toru promises to see them later. Mu starts fighting back, and even though Sarah tells her to run, she just screams that she's staying with Toru. They start changing clothes, and Ural tells everyone to wrap up in towels, but the second Sarah hands one to Mu, she just vanishes. Mu's just chilling by the pool, saying it looks fine, but then she asks if she actually has to jump in. He barely dips a toe in and flinches from the heat, but she gets totally fed up, triggers her power, and dives straight into the water while screaming that she won't lose. Sarah grabs her from behind and tells her they gotta wash up first, so they both sit on stools and start scrubbing away. Sarah and Mu are having a total blast, scrubbing each other's backs and splashing around, with Sarah pointing out all the bubbles while Mu shouts about how much she loves bath time. They're both cracking up together, and Ural is right there to help them out. As Sarah finishes up in the pool, she realizes it's been a whole week since she got back to this world, but she still feels like a massive piece of her is missing. And even though she's got nothing left to ask, the only person who means everything to her. Sarah watches Moose swim and asks if she actually loves her little sister, but Moose just says she honestly doesn't know. Sarah says she totally gets it and loves her like crazy, while Mew finally admits she doesn't actually hate her sister. Mew spots a weird gadget and asks what it is, so Sarah explains it's a fan that'll blow air for 5 minutes if you drop 5 copper coins on a magic stone. They're just messing around by the fan when Euro hands out some apple juice and joins them for a drink. As they step out of the bathhouse, Euro apologizes for the wait, but Thor says he just got out too and asks if Moo was actually being a good boy. Moo admits her opponent was actually pretty tough, but she's not losing next time, while Sarah feels like a brand new person and is ready to give it her all tomorrow. Toru shuts that down, reminding her they actually have tomorrow off. Did he seriously forget to mention that? Back at Uriel's house, a man walks up to Thor and bows low, begging for forgiveness and asking to help. And it turns out to be his very own teacher, Dadan. Toru asks if he's serious about fixing the wall, and Dedan admits that the temple of the earth god Giteros wants 10 whole gold coins to do the job. Dadan asks for a favor and promises to hand over every single magic stone device he's been using. Toru asks why the sudden rush, so Dadan explains that since it's been 9 years since the monster attack, everyone is starting to forget the danger and get way too comfortable. Turo flashes back to 9 years ago and totally agrees, warning that fixing everything at once would be a disaster, so they'll start with some basic first aid instead, making the Dane stoked to have someone he can really trust. He says the main army is finally heading out to Bassalia, and the first reports are already coming in. Toru asks if the goblin numbers are growing, and Dan is totally shocked that he even knows about it. Even though the electric radar is doing its job, the massive amount of goblins showing up lately is just plain weird. Dadan knows it's a bad look to only show up after things go south, but he's willing to look like a total fool if it means keeping the people in this city safe. Toru takes the blame for bringing it up so the guy doesn't worry, then asks Dadan if he can take off, and Dadan gives him the green light. Dawn hung out with Sako that day, but he felt so guilty that he started having crazy nightmares about his hair growing back out. He told him not to take all day, but since everything's cool now, he's letting Tora handle the repairs. Sarah headed out to shop with the owner, so Toru got stuck rebuilding that wall with Mew. They reach the wall, and Toru realizes things are way worse than he thought, so he tells Mew to stay put while he goes to find some answers. Mew does what he's told, hops onto the flying board, and shouts that he's basically the wind now. Toru knows that even a kid made of special silver can't reach their true form without a master, so he stares at the wall, wondering where to even start. This massive outer wall wraps around the whole city in the shape of a giant horse's hoof pointing east. One entrance is down in the lower city, so just head past the gate and you'll see a goblin forest right on your right. Then on the other side, the main gate sits right there, looking straight out at the road in front of the city. The whole place is split into 2 zones, an inner and an outer, separated by a massive moat with bridges that they'll blow sky high the second the outer walls get attacked. Toru shows up with a wooden ladder and says it's perfect, deciding to tackle the most busted spots first. You only see this kind of wreckage in cities that have been trashed by monsters over and over, and since you can't stay hidden while healing, you definitely can't fix the whole place at... He reaches toward the massive crack and says he's resetting everything to how it was 10 years ago, and he actually pulls it off. It's way too obvious, and even though he thinks he's safe, he'd be totally cooked if anyone found out. So he decides to just focus on the broken parts. He grins, knowing he can't fix the giant missing chunks perfectly, but the wall looks solid and the cracks are gone, so he's calling it a win. Tura knows he's going to have to spam this move way too much, so he's wishing he could just lock on to multiple enemies at once. You can only lock onto a bunch of enemies in special spots, and even though it makes your hits weaker, mastering it lets you blast a whole crowd of monsters at once. Toru says there's no point in wanting stuff he can't have, but he figures it's finally time to give it a shot. He's been using his healing powers for everything, like how he instantly fixed that nasty itch from yesterday's giant caterpillar hunt. Toru figured out he could search his own brain using keywords to find a ton of info, and soon he was rambling about something totally perfect. He stays wide awake, finds a wall, and fixes it up, repairing about 50 steps in total. Mu rushes over with the cats to see if he's finished, but Toru tells her he's just waiting for his recovery charges to reset so she can go play some more. While she keeps having a blast, Toru pulls out his blade and figures since he's just waiting around, he might as well test out this iron sword. He takes a few sharp swings and realizes this vegetable feels nothing like a wooden sword. If he couldn't handle this, he was going nowhere. So he powered through those last swings and finished his training. After a bit, he tells them it's a total miracle he fixed the entire northern wall in just one day, but he's got to crash for a bit before he tackles the southern side. He finds Mu and tells her they're finally heading back. And when they get home, the hostess and Sarah have a massive dinner all ready for them. They grab their seats while the cats snack under the table, laughing and chatting as they finally dig into their meal. They end up deep in the woods, and Toru tells everyone that today they're hunting a massive armored boar. Sarah thinks the party sounds like a total blast, and Mu shouts that Toru can totally leave everything to her. Toru explains that armored boars are absolute units as tall as a man's shoulder, and even though his only skill is a basic level 1 smokescreen and his attacks barely do any damage, most people need level 2 or 3 skills to beat this guy, but if you just study his moves first, you can win and officially become a C-rank F. Mu totally gets him, and that's exactly why Toru's record turned blue, so now she wants one for herself. Toru just laughs and says everyone wants a blue one, and Mu gets to work right that second. She spent the next 2 hours scanning the area with her electric radar, hunting for that armored boar. Mu suddenly blabs out, asking if this is a boar's den, so Toru quickly covers her mouth to keep her quiet, while Sarah whispers that it's actually a goblin's nest, and Toru spots a massive hobgoblin hiding in the pack, and since Sarah is totally confused, he explains these rare monsters almost never come to the surface, which means a huge monster parade is probably on the way. Goblins just keep swarming out, and since the crowd is only getting bigger, this has to be the dungeon. Mu asks what a dungeon is, and Toru tells him it's basically a massive hole in the ground where super strong monsters hide out. This place looks a lot like the Great Abyss, acting as a base camp to take over more land. And deep inside, there's a massive black hole. Every single dungeon has one of these black holes, and some people think they lead straight to the Great Abyss. The dungeon's got a big boss guarding it, and nasty poison gas is pouring out of that black hole, so if they don't act fast, monsters are gonna swarm everywhere. Toru says he's totally right, but there's another reason for the invasion. If they don't wipe out the monsters on the surface, everyone is going to run out of room to live. If things go totally south, and every monster crawls out of the dungeon to take over the surface, we're looking at a full-blown double invasion. Mu asks if they're gonna fight, but Toru shuts him down, saying there's no way just the two of them can take on a massive army of goblins. He says their only move is to alert the closest sawmill, and since there are 3 in the woods, they've got enough time to warn every single one. Tori's down to head back fast. Sarah says they better hurry up, and Mu is totally fine with that too. Toru sets a weird triangle on fire, and when Mu asks what it is, He explains it's his reward for fixing the wall, a fire mix and igniter that monsters totally hate the smell of. He figures this trick will work on the hobgoblins too, so he chucks a rock right into their hideout. The goblins start freaking out and looking everywhere, so Toru screams at the girls to make a break for it right now. Right now, the squad of 4 is also out there hunting. Soku warns Rikaru again that they're definitely not ready for this kind of fight, but Rikaru just fires back. Hisoku says they barely scraped by last time and might lose the next round, but Ricardo tells him he's just scared and they'll never know if they don't give it a shot. She starts swearing up a storm, wondering how much longer this is going to last since she's totally sick of it always being like this. She turns to the third guy, Sasan, and tells him to speak up since he's the one in charge. Chishin says it's a lost cause and she should just ditch them, because honestly, that's just how guys are. Even with all the trash talk, this squad wasn't always like this, and Chishin totally gets why they're so fed up. Just a few days ago, this new girl Sarah showed up and absolutely crushed it on her first day, and ever since then, the whole squad's vibe has totally shifted. Rikaru and Hisoku are childhood besties who ditched their village together, met a mage named Elasia at the border, and it's already been 6 months since they formed their squad. They could live like total royalty if they just grinded hard enough, but the truth is, they weren't born with any special skills at all. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking like crazy, and right in front of them stands a massive boar covered in armor. Everyone's freaking out as the monster growls and locks its sights on them. And when Soho asks if it's just an armored boar, he realizes this thing is way bigger and has way too many legs. Ricardo steps forward, and even though the guy screams at him to stop because he's got no chance, Ricardo just yells back that he's going to take him down. The monster lunges at him, so he jumps up and takes a massive swing, but he's shocked to see his blade didn't even leave a scratch. The monster rams its snout into Ricardo, slamming him against a tree until he's coughing up blood, while his friends scream his name in pure panic. Ricardo whips around, his voice shaking with pure terror as he begs them to just run. The beast charges straight for the group, but Chishin whips out his shield and screams for everyone to run. Soku starts shaking and completely freezes up, so Kishin baits the beast away while Alicia rushes to get it all on camera. Sesson thinks if he can just tank a couple of hits, he'll buy everyone some extra time. Alicia casts a healing spell and begs Ricardo to say something, but he just stares into blank space and doesn't say a word. He's screaming in total agony, and that weak level 1 healing water isn't doing anything. But then she hears a weird noise and spins around. He sees the monster's fang rip right through his shield and stab Sesson in the chest. And now the beast is jerking its head to yank it back out. Season is barely hanging onto the fang and gasping for help, but he finally slips, slams into a tree, and faceplants right into the dirt. The cop starts shaking and crying in total shock as she realizes the monster is staring her right in the face. Out of nowhere, Rikaru jumps up and tells her to run, but she just clings to him and screams that she's never leaving his side. The monster charges right at them, but suddenly an arrow slams into its forehead, fired by Soku, whose hands are shaking like crazy. The monster snaps its head right at him as Alicia screams for him to run, and even though he fires an arrow while she shields Rikara, his legs won't budge. He's frozen in place, just like always. The monster strikes Hisoka down for good, smashing his bow and arrows while she screams his name through her tears. Soku is face down on the ground with his limbs completely snapped. She looks back at her crew and remembers they were just bickering a few minutes ago. She heals Rikaru and chants a spell to give a boost to her followers who are working for the Lord of the Tree of Life. The monster turns its gaze toward them, but Alicia stands up, relieved she saved Rikaru as she walks toward the beast even though she's scared out of her mind. Ricardo spots a dark figure and thinks it's the Grim Reaper himself, while Alicia grips her weapon tight just as a hand suddenly lands on her shoulder. Toru tells her she did an awesome job and that everything's finally okay, and she just starts crying her eyes out. Ricardo stands up and asks what the heck happened. Alicia looks around. Then Toru yells to Sarah that he's leaving the rest to her, while Mu asks for a little extra power. Sarah does what she's told as Mu triggers a massive thunderstorm, and Toru rushes straight to Hisoka's side. Alicia sees he's still breathing, and her eyes light up with hope, while Toru blasts past the monster to reach Season, touching him to bring him back to life until Season finally recognizes his face. Toru rushes in and slashes at the armored boar, but his sword just slides right off without doing any damage. Toru knows that if this keeps up, the fender needle is gonna drop, so he starts racking his brain for a way out. He glances back, spots a tree, and sprints to climb it, but his body suddenly gives out as he realizes the thunder needle's power has finally run dry. He crashes out of the hollow and bolts as fast as he can, but the second he touches a tree, the boar suddenly gets totally wedged between the trunks. Nobody had a clue what just happened, and Alicia was freaking out that an old tree could even do that, while Mew screamed at Thor that he's a total legend for being faster than a thunderstorm. Toru is totally shocked by his own power as he stares at his shaking hand. And when Rikaru asks Alicia what just happened, she just collapses in tears, saying she has absolutely no clue. Rikaru is totally lost, but Mu calms her down with a head pat while Toru stabs the armored boar, making the beast groan in pain. Toru is sure it's an armored boar, but this thing is massive and has some seriously creepy legs. San walks up to apologize and thank him for the save, but Toru just tells him not to sweat it because he was actually the one hunting him down from the start. Season awkwardly asks why he saved them, but Toru just puts a finger to his lips, signaling him to stay quiet and not ask any questions. Susanna apologizes again, but Toru is just creeped out by how many legs this thing has, so Susanna explains it's a rare special species he's actually seen before. If we don't hunt these monsters, they multiply until they run out of room, causing them to mutate into battle-ready beasts called special species. Toru tells Shisan they found a goblin cave earlier and the monsters just started swarming out, leaving Shisan totally shocked. Toru asks for some backup, but Rikaru wonders if this is actually a massive disaster, and Hisoku totally agrees that they're in deep trouble. Alicia asks Shisan for his take, and he's 100% down to stick with Toru, so they both just give a silent nod. Toru tells everyone they need to bounce since they're in the armored boar's turf, but Sarah's not ready to ditch their prize, and New asks if Toru is seriously going to pass up a massive meat feast. Toru tells them they'll just grab him on the way back, so they should all go together, and Mu is seriously itching to get back home. There are lumber mills to the northeast and southeast, plus another one right on the forest path, and once they arrive, Toru thinks the whole setup is awesome. He sends the others to the southern sawmill, while the three of them finally reach the northern one. A guy runs up, super happy to see Toru, but the second he hears about the goblins swarming out of the nearby cave, he completely panics and screams that it can't be true. The guy lets out a massive signal and screams for everyone to get out of the cave because an invasion is coming, so they quickly light up some smoke to warn the whole city. Peru screams for them to run while he handles the rest, and the man shouts back that they're counting on him. They spot the second signal from a distance, and Toru knows right away that Sinon's team crushed it too. He screams that the wall is finally in sight, so they can't stop now because they're practically there. Toru thinks the message got through, but there's zero blue smoke from the watchtower, and losing half the guards to Basalia is clearly causing a huge problem. Taru tells the girls that Urali is 100 times stronger, so he wants them to stick by her side. Mo looks over at Toru, but he gives her a sad look and says he's got stuff to take care of, so she needs to be a good girl and wait right there. Mu asks to tag along, but Toru promises he'll be back once it's all over and tells her to keep Sarah safe until then. Mu stays quiet and looks totally heartbroken, so Toru gently touches her face and tells her she's being a good girl. They say their goodbyes and he bolts off, with Sarah yelling for him to stay safe, just as Carlos meets them at the gate and asks where the old man went. She says Toru had some business to handle, and Carlos is absolutely fuming that he'd bail at a time like this. Carlo warns that red smoke means big trouble, but then Mu totally smashes his cart right into Carlo's leg. Carlos is hurting and asks what she's doing, but Mu screams at him to get lost, calling him a total creep and telling him to leave Sarah alone, while Sarah awkwardly tries to say. Sarah warns that things are still looking bad because a massive swarm of goblins is pouring out of that cave. Carlos says that's impossible since they cleared the cave just 10 days ago, and setting up an invasion would take at least a whole month. Scarlett can't believe the old man would actually be wrong, and he warns everyone that things are looking really bad since the sawmill crew still hasn't come back. Carlos spots some blue smoke and starts worrying that something went down while he was on his way back. He snaps awake and yells at Sarah to get moving, but she screams back that she's staying to help him. Carlos thinks Sarah is losing it and tells her she can't go, since she's just a young girl who's been an adventurer for less than 10 days, and he says if he actually brings her along, the old man is totally gonna wreck him. Sarah decides to stick around, figuring she can at least show everyone the way through the forest. Sarah turns to Mu and tells her she's got stuff to handle, so she's gonna have to head home by herself. Mush just shakes her head and says it's not even worth talking about because she clearly has no clue what she's saying. Mu explains that her sister Saru left Toru in her care, so she's taking the lead as they both head into the forest to save everyone. Sarah points toward the outer gate as everyone else starts freaking out, screaming for people to move it before they get caught. Sarah asks what's going on, and the guy spots her G-rank badge and tells her to get inside fast because there's a massive boar in there, and he thought they were totally toast. Another ad straight up blamed them, saying they ignored the 4 people who warned them and were way too slow to escape. Another guy says one of their shields was totally busted, and once they saw that smoke signal from the second point, they realized it was all true and bolted in a total panic. Just as they spotted the outer walls, a massive boar ambushed them, and their 4 companions had to distract the beast so they could barely escape. Sarah's dying to know what happened next, but he just gives a totally bummed-out answer, having no idea what's actually coming as he heads to the gate guards, hoping. Sarah tries to speak up, but the guy cuts her off, telling her they can blame them all they want, because that's just part of being an adventurer. Sarah's losing it because she feels totally helpless, but Mu just shrugs it off, saying she doesn't feel a thing and is only following Toru's orders. Sarah gives her a big smile and tells Mu she's such a good girl, but while she's petting her head, she spots a tiny cowlick sticking out. The second she touches him, Mu lets out a huge scream, making Sarah apologize and ask if she's hurting, but Mu says she's totally fine, and it just feels super weird. She starts scratching that little curl and laughs, asking if she likes it, and honestly, Mu is totally loving it. Mu tells her she can keep it up, but then Sarah checks her head and realizes there's actually a second one. Sarah asks Mu if they're actually super close, and Mu tells her it's totally true. Sarah squats down and asks to try that same move, telling him to watch closely because she's definitely becoming way more useful now. She's dying to find a way to show her love, And when Mu asks if she'll hate her once they merge, Sarah promises that'll never happen. Mu asks if she'll stay chill even if things get messy, and Sarah promises she won't get mad one bit. Suddenly, people come sprinting out of the forest in a total panic with a massive armored boar right behind them, making the group immediately go on high alert. The monster lunges for the kill, but Sarah triggers her ability and the beast slams right into a barrier, absolutely shattering its face. Sarah yells at the guy to bolt, and he shouts back a quick thanks for the save. But the monster is already getting back up, so Sarah grabs the cart's rope and tells Mu to hang on tight. They scramble away as someone yells that the boar is back on its feet. And even though magic stones are spilling out of the sleds, Sarah knows they can't stop to worry about They're sprinting for the gate with every bit of energy they have left, while the guards scream at them to hurry up, because that monster is closing in fast. They finally make it across, and Sarah lets out a huge sigh, telling Mu they actually did it, but she realizes Mu is totally gone. While Rikaru distracted the boar so the others could bail, Hisoku was hiding in the bushes and sniping the monster with arrows. Sinan ducked behind another tree to prep his weapon, remembering Toru's tip that this upgraded boar has extra legs for crazy speed, but that also means it can't handle sharp turns at. Sinan chucks a rock at the beast, thinking she can use it as a shield to dodge the hit. He sighs and admits there's just no way they can take on an armored boar head-on, yet they just need to buy enough time for the sawmill workers to run for it and then somehow make it out alive. Out of nowhere, Carlos jumps in, says sorry for keeping everyone waiting, and tells him he's taking over from here. The other three jump out of the bushes hyped that Carlos is finally here, but as the monster charges, Carlos stabs it in one leg, then the other, and jams his last spear straight into its mouth. Carlos tells the monster to shut its big pig snout, yells that it's finally over, and hurls his spear straight at the beast. Out of nowhere, a massive spark catches Carlos off guard, charging up his spear as he slams it right into the monster's face and completely vaporizes it. Carlos flashes a grin as the other kids swarm him, telling them the invasion was just a fake rumor and they better move it or they'll be late for the festival. Sarah's totally panicking while looking for Mu and starts asking everyone if they've seen a kid. But one guy tells her he hasn't spotted her since they crossed the outer gate. Sarah panics and slams into the gate, but she freezes when she's asked if she really wants to kill everyone, only for her to shout that Mu has completely vanished. Riken nudges her and acts like he actually cares, but then he locks the gate while Sarah begs him to wait. Riken tells her she's free to die if she wants, but she better not drag them down with her, while Sarah panics because Mu is still stuck outside. Reconch screams at her to stop being so reckless with that gate, because even an idiot knows it's a suicide mission, and she's probably been dead for a long time anyway. The crowd jumps in and yells that they know exactly who he is, warning him that he better watch his mouth. One guy screams that Rikon tried to lock the gates on them, and even though Rikon claims he was just saving the city, they remind him that his only job is to kill monsters. They're totally furious and shout that Sarah was the one who actually protected them, screaming at Rikon to stop being a lazy bum and finally do his job since he's getting paid so much. The second guy screams that he's an ex-adventurer who can take that beast down solo, but Rika stammers that there's no way because he's just a shield bearer. Rickon bolts from the gate with the whole town chasing after him, just as Sarah hears Mu calling down a massive thunderstorm. She bolts up and pounds on the massive gate, calling out for Mu, while Sarah only hears her talking about keeping her little sister safe. Sarah finally remembers Toru's words and realizes Mu actually jumped off the sled to make it lighter right as the gate closed, which is why it was so quiet. Sarah starts shaking and sobbing, wishing she'd just listened to Thor and headed to the city like he said from the start. Sarah starts yelling through the gates, begging Moo to just listen for a second because she wants them to finally become one. Just this once. They hear the sounds of fighting, and Sarah screams for her life because she knows she's dead meat if this keeps up. She realizes Moo is using his electric spike, but she isn't quitting. Sarah screams that they still have way too much fun stuff to do, like hitting every single food stall and going back to the bathhouse just so she can play with her curls again. Moo suddenly asks if she's talking about the stuff she ironed, and Sarah's like, "Yep, those are the ones," before telling Moo she'll iron her as much as she wants. She asks again if Sarah will hate her once they merge, and Sarah screams that it'll never happen because she has 0 reasons to hate her. Moo asks if Sarah will get tired of her or start being mean, but Sarah screams that there's no way that's ever happening. Moo remembers her mum being super mean to her, and she says she used to cry her eyes out all the time. Sarah swears she'd never say something like that and would never be that mean to her. She tells her that Toru was always the one saving her, so now it's her turn to step up and follow Moo anywhere, while bringing Toru along for the ride. Sarah's crying as she tells Moo she loves her, and then a little puff of smoke starts leaking out from under the gate. Sarah realizes what's happening and starts digging like crazy, tossing dirt everywhere and screaming her name until she finally reaches down and feels Mew's hand. Sarah reaches out and calls for Mew, finally making contact, but the second she touches her, a super weird feeling takes over. Sarah finally spots what's moving. This huge boar comes charging at her full speed. She doesn't waste a second and throws up her appeal skill. The monster slams face first. The monster just keeps coming, so Sarah uses her appeal again, and now the boar's fangs are finally starting to snap. She uses her move a 3rd time, and the monster's fangs totally give out as its whole snout just snaps right off its body and falls dead. He gasps for air while watching the monster finally go down, and after a bit, she starts to wonder if he's actually dead too. She grabs the stick, smacks herself in the face with a grin, then jumps up yelling that she won again and is actually super strong. Just past the gate, a totally spent Sarah realizes she's the one who actually won, right before she collapses and passes out cold. 90 minutes after that smoke signal went up, Harrison's flag hit the top of the clock tower, and the members finally started to gather. With all the pro-adventurers heading out to take back Bassalia, a crew of about 30 archers and guards lined up on the wall to hold the fort. Another 40 adventurers teamed up for a close combat squad and rushed out the gate to start their counterattack. A massive crowd of low-rank adventurers and gatekeepers filled the city square, acting as the last line of defense if the walls or gates were broken. Suddenly, one of the commanders shouts that a massive army was just spotted swarming the northern gate. They look down and see a massive army of goblins charging on armored boars, with giant caterpillars and other weird monsters swarming everywhere. The boars are slamming into the wall like crazy, while the slugs and caterpillars stack up to help the goblins climb right over. One guy ducks down and shouts that he's going to handle those nasty goblins, but his friend screams at him to stop being so reckless and keep his head down. A second later, the goblin chucks a rock right at his head, and it explodes on impact, taking him out instantly. These slugs snatch people by the legs, and while everyone's freaking out, they get dragged down and finished off at the bottom. One guy screams that it's been way too long since a real fight, so he's ready to clean house, yelling that since they're totally outnumbered, they can't. They follow his lead, and since they're totally outnumbered, the mages team up to combine their magic while the earth mages use a magnetic shield to turn the goblins' own rocks into a massive wall. The archers started firing away, while the support squad blasted a hype battle song to keep everyone pumped and stop them from getting scared. Fire and lightning mages start blasting the goblin army, but suddenly, slugs come flying back as someone screams, they're using acid bullets. Someone groans in pain, muttering that the enemies finally got bored of waiting and showed their faces, and they're actually hobgoblin shamans. Archer fires off tracking arrows so there's nowhere to hide, sniping those goblin mages right in the head. The commander yells that this is perfect and leaves a melee squad to handle them while the soldiers start attacking the goblins from below. Everyone's taking down monsters left and right, but when Dan steps up in his armor, people start saying you can't even tell who the real monster is anymore, which is exactly what you'd expect from their boss. He unleashes a massive storm of lightning that has everyone freaking out. Then he just zaps every single monster and boar dead in one shot. A massive crater rips open the earth as one soldier admits he totally overdid it, while another screams for everyone to scramble behind the walls before the rain starts pouring down. Rain starts pouring down as Dadin slams his hand against the wall, shouting that they actually managed to hold them all back. Thoris's report says only the northern wall was actually fixed, and that's exactly where the monsters decided to strike. They're smashing into the strongest part of the wall, making him realize these hobgoblins are way smarter than he thought. But then he notices their leader is totally missing. Dadin just clicks his tongue and says the whole thing was a total distraction as he looks way up at the sky. Right before the northern wall battle kicks off, Taru is rushing out to rebuild as much of the southern wall as he can. Suddenly, he hears a rustle and peeks out to see groups of hobgoblins marching through the forest. Toru's totally confused. Why are there tracks here when these goblins should have charged the wall instead of hiding out in the forest? He realizes the fight at the northern wall has already kicked off, and he's wondering if he should turn back to find some backup. He ditches that plan fast, because if that's really what the hobgoblin is after, he'd never make it to the north wall in time. He flashes back to 10 years ago and swears he's never letting that nightmare happen again. He cares about that lucky dinner table more than anything, but suddenly he spots the goblins literally smashing their way through the wall. Tor catches on that the attack was just a total fake-out, and he clenches his fists as he gets ready to go all out. He's wondering if he can take out the hobgoblins by the forest without the guys working on the wall even noticing. Even after his lightning needles wore off, while trying to pin down that armored boar, he was still zooming around at crazy speeds for a while. He still remembers that crazy feeling of pushing his body past its absolute limit. But can he actually pull it off again? He draws his sword and decides to go for it, leaping out of the bushes with a wild shout and catching those goblins totally off guard. Toru swings his sword and lops off a bunch of goblin heads, then instantly dives behind a tree because there are just way too many of them. His hand is shaking from the pressure, but he pulls himself together and realizes he can totally take these guys down. Suddenly, he feels a terrifying, dark energy and wonders if this is the guy who ordered the sneak attack on the northern wall just to distract everyone. Is that the hobgoblin boss? Toru realizes their strongest fighter just showed up, and right then, the wall smashes down as the goblins come swarming in. Toru realizes that if they get hit from both sides, the city doesn't stand a chance. He walks right up to them, and just as the goblins turn to face him, he slices one of their heads clean off. Ru taps the wall and fixes it instantly, leaving the goblins totally shocked and absolutely furious. Thor is totally surrounded by goblins and realizes 10 of them have already broken into the city, so when they lunge at him, he swings his blades and starts taking off their heads and limbs one by one. A goblin still manages to slash him, and while he tries to heal with a shaking hand, another one charges straight for him. The goblin grabs Thor's sword and rams both blades into his gut at once, but even with blood pouring from his mouth, Thor reaches up and jams a knife straight into the eye of one of the goblins. While the goblin stands there stunned, Toru lunges forward and plants a heavy kick in his chest, sending him flying back. Toru screams as he yanks the knife out of his stomach, coughing up blood. But the goblins freak out when they see his wound heal instantly and every drop of blood vanish. He's still out there chopping off goblin heads while a prayer goes up to the ice god, asking him to give those sinners eternal rest. Someone's casting the Ashen clan's signature ice sleep spell, a move that dazes its targets before knocking them out cold. The goblins drift off to sleep, and Toru knows right away that only one person in the city can pull off ice magic like this. Uriel walks right up to him, and while the goblins are all passed out standing up, the mistress smiles and welcomes Thor back home. Toru asks the owner what she's doing there, and she just sighs, explaining that constant attacks are the only reason the housing is so cheap. The goblins snap awake, but they don't even have a second to move before Toru slices their heads clean off. He still hasn't heard that victory horn from the north, so he knows he's got to act fast before the hobgoblin chief and his army slip away. He looks over at his mistress, who gives him a nod and says she might not last long in the fight, but she still wants to back him up. Toru nods with a grin, walks over to the wall, and fixes it with a single touch, but he knows he's only got 3 uses left. The goblins smash through the wall again and flood the place, but they stop dead when they see Uro readying another spell and telling them to finally find some peace. Toru takes them all out while they're still sleeping, but suddenly a second pack of goblins storms in with their leader right behind them, flooding the place with fog. Uriel, Contrist, ice crystals. The goblins are paralyzed with fear again as Thor swings his swords, leaving them bleeding and totally unable to fight back. Toru thinks it's insane that just breathing in these tiny crystals completely shut down the hobgoblin's ability to heal. He realizes his only choice is to slice them all up, so he gets to work. But then he notices the owner looking super sick and catches her right before she passes out. She only used basic skills, but she spammed them like crazy against a whole crowd of enemies. Stopping them in their tracks totally wiped her out, so she must have used a massive amount of magic to pull that off. She leans against his back as a fresh wave of goblins crashes in, and Toru locks onto the exact moment her magic power was at its absolute peak. He fixes the whole place up, but when the goblins see their dead squad and try to bolt, their leader walks in and wipes them out instantly. Thor spots the hobgoblin leader and asks Uriel if she's ready to move, while she wonders if Thor is the reason her hip pain just totally vanished. Toru tells her he'll handle it and she needs to just rest, but Uriel warns him that it usually takes 5 F-rank heroes to take down a hobgoblin chief. This looks exactly like the E-rank hero exam, right? Toru tells her not to sweat it since he'll be totally fine, asking her to just watch from somewhere safe. The hobgoblin boss, Uro, leaves, starts growling, and Thuru is shaking with pure hype as he realizes his skin is basically armor and his fur looks insanely tough. He's not sure if his blade can even cut through, but as the monster lunges, Toru realizes he's just got to aim for the head or the thin edges of its limbs. The monster takes a huge swing, but the guy dodges and counters by slashing him right across the face. The monster is totally fuming and swings that massive bone at him, but Toru just slips to the side and dodges it again. Smoke starts pouring off the goblin's face as his wound totally vanishes, and then he just licks the blood right off his skin. Toru realizes it's totally useless because even if he hits the spots without fur, this guy just heals up instantly. He struggles to his feet, hands and sword shaking like crazy, but then he realizes there's still one spot where his blade can actually do some damage. Toru lunges forward and swings his sword right at the monster's eyes, but the beast quickly throws up its arms to block the hit. Smoke pours out of the beast's mouth as Toru shakes from the pressure, but the goblin loses its grip and Toru blasts it straight in the eyes. The monster howls in pain and clutches his eyes, stumbling back just as Toru rushes in to overwhelm him with a non-stop flurry of attacks. The monster lunges out and snatches Thor by the collar, and right then, Thor knows he's totally trapped. He reaches out to touch the wall and triggers Restore, making the surface surge forward and knocking Toru flat on his back. The wall slams into the goblin, blinding him as a bunch of rocks crash down, and a totally exhausted Toru realizes he just reset the wall to exactly how it looked before the hole was even there. Uriel walks up to tell him he did an awesome job and must be totally wiped, so he turns his head and thanks the mistress. Thor is totally speechless the moment he sees Uriel, his jaw hitting the floor as his face turns bright red, and when she asks why he's blushing, he just stammers out a super awkward, "Nothing." Toru stands up and drives his blade straight into the goblin leader's head, asking if the others made it back home yet. But when she says no, he realizes the owner still. Toru can't even heal himself in secret because he's totally out of charges. So Uriel tells him she's got things covered and he needs to rush back to the gate right now. Thor thanks her and says she's in charge now. Then he takes off in a rush, while Uriel starts thinking about what delicious meal to cook for her today. The rain finally lets up, and as water drips off the leaves, Carlos tells Thor he's way too late since the party is already over, while Season and the rest of the squad stand right there with him. Thor is totally shocked because he thought the meeting spot was somewhere else, but it looks like all four of them actually figured out where to go. Season says right after the horses finished up, another armored boar jumped them, but Carlos saved the day. Then they met Sarah and Mew at the gate to guard the area. Carlos says that right before the gatekeepers arrived, they teamed up and went on a total rampage, hunting down every single soldier left in the forest. Toro claims he's owed a favor, but Carlos gets all flustered and tells him to just move on and find his own path instead of stressing over the small stuff. Suddenly, Thor hears his name and spins around to see Mew and Sarah sprinting toward him before they both tackle him with a massive hug. Carlos and the crew watch them with big smiles, but Tohuru realizes right away that Sarah pushed her conversion skill until her magic was totally drained. Sarah finally realizes that after everything they've been through, it takes some serious guts to put your life on the line for someone else. She's totally kicking herself for not realizing it sooner and wishes she'd just rushed back to the city right away. Toru tells her he totally gets it and that her figuring it out is the most important part. But when Mu asks if he wants to hear how she beat the boar, Sarah jumps in to say she was the one who actually took it down. Toru stares them down, then suddenly pulls them into a giant hug, making the girls blush and cheer like crazy. Tori tells them they really gave it everything, and he's just so hyped that everyone is safe, especially since he feels like a total jerk for almost leaving it to the adults. Sarah tries to take the blame, saying she messed up a simple task, but Mew reminds her that she was protected exactly like he planned. Sarah gets totally fed up and starts tugging on Mew's cheeks, warning her to stop defending her or she'll blow a fuse, but Mew just points out that Sarah promised she wouldn't get mad. Toru watches them and smiles, wondering if they're finally starting to vibe. The next day, right after they saved Dan and the city from that crazy goblin attack, the troops sent by Deputy Chief Sicko finally made it back. The long investigation is finally over, and the report confirms every single detail. That destroyed zone near Bissalia has actually turned into a massive dungeon. A bunch of top-tier adventurers suddenly burst into the dungeon and wiped out every single threat in their path. The worst part is that they snuck in right before the goblins launched their big attack. Over at Choi's place, Peter Dardan asks Sako if he's seriously saying that yesterday's goblin attack was just a nasty side effect of the Bissalia dungeon being destroyed. Sako tells him it's just a guess for now, and they'll have to do some serious digging to find out what really happened. Sako points out that the defenses were a total joke, and since everyone was distracted by the goblin sabotage, they managed to sneak right into the city. Some random seeker just walked by and wrecked the last guy. But that doesn't change the fact that their whole plan was a total fail. He laughs and says they owe everything to this passing traveler, because if he hadn't shown up, the Basalia tragedy would have totally happened again. Sako snaps and tells him he's not playing around, and Dadan finally gets the hint. Sako wants him to thin out the guards at the gate, so there's barely anyone left watching. Dad's already screaming his head off, saying he won't just sit around and that he's using all their savings to get that wall back up. Sako takes a sip and coolly reminds them he's the boss, saying he'll deal with the committee later because right now they need to reward the legends who fought their hearts out yesterday. Dadan lets out a huge sigh, complaining that the vibe is totally dead because even though their crew is shrinking, the work is just piling up and everyone's spirits are about to hit rock bottom. Sako says this was bound to happen, and since no normal people got hurt, it's actually not that bad. But the guards shutting the gates on everyone makes them look like total villains. Dadan says they definitely deserve a thank you, and Soko adds that only 3 guards died this time compared to the 112 who were taken out 9 years ago. Dadan can't even believe his eyes, seeing his total dummy of a student actually get this strong. Sako mentions the guy was with another seeker, but the waiter cuts him off to talk about some legendary nameless heroes who took down a whole mob of hobgoblins and their leader. The waiter turns around and says there's a rumor that one hero is a total beauty with a broom, and now the whole city is going wild trying to find these mystery legends. Dadan says Toru is finally a real man since he totally blew past his expectations, and Sako agrees as they keep on drinking. Deton remembers Sako mentioning Lady Uriel, and since he can see right through any lie, he's positive it was really her. Sako just grins and says he's going to be totally blown away like always because she looks absolutely incredible. Dedan thinks that since Toru made her young again, maybe he can finally fix Sako's super rough look. Sako says his own selfish goals can wait because they've got way bigger problems to deal with. So Dadan asks if he's talking about Basalia and wants to know what exactly. Sako explains that they cleared the dungeon, but the boss is a total beast, and sealing it away is going to be a massive struggle. He's pushing Toru to level up and get way more powerful, and right then, Toru runs into a guy named Carlos. He asks if he's really ditching the guards to leave the city, and he confirms it, saying he's heading out with Rikan. After ditching everyone when the gates slammed shut, Rikan just lost his seeker status and is getting kicked out of the city forever. Carlos can't just ditch this loser after all these years, so he's rethinking everything and hopes they can find a way to fix this mess together. Carlos tells Tora to apologize to Sarah for missing their dinner dates, then calls Moo a total squeaker while asking her to tell Sarah he's actually a cool guy. Teru admits it's gonna be tough, since Carlos knows he won't lie to her, and Carlos just smiles at the answer. Toru holds out his fist as Carlos raises his handless arm, and Toru tells him this is his final parting gift. He thinks back to all their hunts and how he used to fix their knives, but then he admits this is the absolute limit of his skills. Carla breaks down in tears, yelling that this skill isn't useless at all and is actually totally awesome. Carlos's arm is totally back to normal, and as he stares at his hand in shock, Toru just turns his back and walks away. Ural's firing up the grill while Moo and Sarah are totally hyped, with Moo asking if it's a meat party tonight and Sarah telling Thor how thick and amazing the steaks look. Uriel says they've got even more food to choose from, like roast ribs with white beans, potatoes, and onions. They've also got these meat skewers with a soft, funky-smelling filling, and Uriel tells everyone to go ham since there's plenty to go around. Yesterday, Toru accidentally made the mistress young again, and since she's looking great and feeling healthy, he realized it'd be way too awkward to turn her back, especially since she's... Moo tells everyone to dig in, and as they start eating, Sarah and Moo are basically flying because the food tastes so amazing. Everyone's chowing down, and even the cats under the table are getting in on the meat. But once the meal's over, Sarah's so stuffed she can't even move. Toru calls her out for totally losing it and smashing 5 plates of food, but she just brushes him off. Uriel hopes they liked her cooking, and Toru thanks her for the seriously amazing dinner. She tells him she was happy to do it as a gift for taking down those 2 armored boars, and their blue adventurer tokens are the proof. Moo's complaining that it's totally unfair she's the only one without a blue token, but Toru tells her to chill because she's the strongest and will hit F rank in no time. Most smiles and agrees, but Uriel is super annoyed that his E rank promotion got delayed, especially since he took out the hobgoblin chief even if they didn't beat the whole dungeon. Toru's bummed he missed out on a new skill for beating the dungeon, but he's actually pretty glad he didn't end up drawing a ton of attention. He kept the monsters from trashing the city and walked away with a mountain of gold. And since those armored boar skins can make sick new gear, he knows he's finally making some real. Yero flashes a smile, and when Toru says he's got a question for her, she's all ears and asks him what it is. Toru asks if she wants to join the squad, and Sarah and Moo are instantly hyped. Yero looks back and says she's super thankful for the invite, but an old lady like her would only hold them back. Toru asks if she's got another problem, and she totally flinches, so he grabs her hand and offers to take a look so he can help her out. He looks through every single one of her memories and realizes there's absolutely nothing wrong with her past. He looks down and spots a weird black hole right in the tree's roots, wondering what the heck it could be. It's a massive debuff that stops you from earning skill points and keeps your magic power from ever growing. Uro spills the secret that Toru can actually see skills with his own eyes, no measuring tools required. Her face suddenly drops as she explains that this stupid fruit is the whole reason she had to quit being an adventurer. She tells a story about the day the temple's big boss visited her village, and everyone was totally confused why such a powerful guy would ever show up in a middle-of-nowhere dump like theirs. Word gets out that she wants to meet Liriel, making everyone freak out and call her a total witch until someone tells her to shut up and stop being so reckless. Back at Uriel's house, she asks one more time if the temple head really wants her to be a teacher, and after getting a yes, she thanks her for traveling all that way to tell her. She turns the offer down flat, so the temple leader asks if a top-tier hero candidate like her quit adventuring because of the mage killer, but she just stays dead silent. The temple master says that normally beating the dungeon lord and sealing the skill tree's black hole makes a new fruit grow, but in one specific dungeon, there's a skill that actually curses anyone. She says it's probably just a rumor, but honestly, it doesn't matter if she got kicked out or just got bored. The point is, she's done with the adventurer life. She calls Uriel White Ice while begging her to share her wisdom with him, and Uriel reveals that the temple's big boss was the one who handpicked her to be a teacher. She's betting everything on the new kids to help them level up, and Toru says he finally gets it now. Toru checks out the curse, and it's a total disaster. It slashes his skill points from monsters by 10 times and slowly drains the magic reserves that were supposed to grow over the years. He totally freaked out and used all his magic to find the perfect moment to heal her, but Sarah asks if he can just use his skill to make it disappear. Toru explains he can spam recovery on the skill tree branches as much as he wants, but the time reversal effect keeps the skill fruit stuck to the trunk. Sarah asks to check it out, and Uriel tells her to go for it. But when she asks Mew for help, Mew says she's way too stuffed to even move a muscle. Sarah warns her that if she slumps over after eating, she's going to turn into a total fat cat. They sit down by the ale. Mew grabs their hands, saying it's time to start. And just like that, all four of them are standing right in front of Yuri's tree. Uriel thinks it's super weird how clear the tree looks. Sarah asks if it's not the coolest thing ever. And Mew starts flexing, saying she's the one who made it happen. Sarah says they're way too busy and will deal with it later, all while she strokes her hair that's tied in a swirl. Sarah walks right up to the fetus and shuts her eyes, while the rest of the group starts losing it and yelling to find out what she's up to. Just like that, Sarah makes the fruit glow, revealing a growth acceleration skill that sends your magic and skill points through the roof. Toru realizes Sarah totally flipped the curse with her skill, but Sarah just shrugs it off as a lucky guess and asks how she's feeling. Errol stays silent, and the next second, the mistress just dives into her arms while crying her eyes out. Sarah smiles and hugs her back. Then Toru grabs Uriel's hand to pull him away. But suddenly, a girl caught right between them screams that she can't breathe. Mew is chilling right on Sarah's lap while Uriel squeezes her in a massive hug, and Toru just sits there next to them with a huge grin. Just as they reach the Adventurers Guild, Sarah notices the whole place is a total ghost town today. Toru says that's a wrap, since the mission to take back Bassalia is done for now, and all those pro-adventurers are already heading back to their usual hunting spots. Sarah and Mew head off to get ready, promising they'll be right back, while Toru warns them not to go too crazy out there. Thor tells Uriel everything's cool and they should get moving, while she reminds him she's totally counting on him to show her around. The place is basically empty, but some guy is being way too loud, so Toru tells Uriel to just find another stand. Toru asks the girl with the twin tails if he can sign up as an adventurer, and she just gives him a bored yeah without even looking up. The second she spots Uriel, she turns bright red and starts stuttering, nervously saying they're taking sign-ups and introducing herself as Marika before asking for her name. Uriel introduces herself and says it's awesome to meet her. Then Marika hands over a registration form while Uriel laughs about how easy it is to read the letters. Toru tells the worker he's the one vouching for the new guy, so he whips out his adventurer token and shows it to the staff. Marika checks the paper and reads out that she's 22 and from Stola, smiling as she realizes where those years came from and saying she's totally cool with it. Uriel's real name is actually Jura Laurel, but they forced her to sign up as their granddaughter and cut her name down to just Jura. Marika sets the ball down and asks if she can finally touch it, so Uro reaches out and puts his hand right on it. Toru's jaw drops at Uriel's skill tree again, seeing that the ice cream, ice crystal, and snow branches are totally maxed out with skill fruits hanging from every single top branch. Her ice flower camp skill tree is totally maxed out, and freezing mist is almost finished. And even though level 9 is the limit and growth isn't guaranteed, she's already managed. Marika is totally blown away by how amazing she is and thinks super hard about her placement, finally grinning as she officially gives her rank B. Toru gets totally ticked off and asks why newbies don't just start at G rank, making Marika snap and ask what his deal is since he won't stop butting into their business. Toru gets all awkward and says it's not like that, claiming he's just checking if the system changed because it'd be bad news if she actually landed such a high rank. If you're more than 2 ranks apart, you can't team up, and that seriously limits the spots where you're allowed to hunt. Toru spots a familiar worker and tells Marika to stop everything so he can check a hunch, but she gets super annoyed and reminds him that she's literally an employee there. Euro manages to chill her out with a super nice apology and asks for a bit more time, and Marika instantly flips her mood, smiling as she says she'll wait as long as it takes. He makes a deal and asks if Uriel will let her touch her hair, making her blush like crazy as she looks right at her. A fight breaks out at the next counter when a guy starts yelling for the hero's name, but the worker shuts him down, saying she can't say a word since the hero asked. The visitor keeps pushing and asks for just his initials, but she shuts him down because even that could totally give him away. The visitor is actually a woman who tells them they're getting nowhere. Then she stops to think for a second and starts her questions all over again. She asks the worker if they can at least fix her age since she's already sacrificed so much. But as the worker starts to say that's not happening, the visitor snaps and demands to. Toru walks over and drops the bomb that he's 39 now, asking if they're finally done so he can pull Anna aside, which makes her immediately ask if something went wrong. Toby says he's there to sign up a friend who's actually getting a crazy high rank, so when Anna asks if they've used the testing machine yet, he tells her it's already been handled. Anna says she's super sorry, but she can't just change the rank anymore because the new system is way more efficient and only levels you up based on how your skill tree grows. Toru realizes he totally messed up because after using that measuring device, he can't even fix the hostess's skill tree anymore. Then another guy in uniform jumps in to apologize for the mess. He figures out that Toru just wants to start a squad with the girl he brought along. This guy is actually Shika, the big. Toru's totally down for that, but he asks if they can drop her rank even lower, though Shika tells him a C rank is the lowest they can go. Toru figures they'll need at least an E rank to build a squad, but Shika just smiles and says there won't be any issues once his team gets promoted. He explains that the Goblin Cave is the big ranky promotion test, and since no one's cleared it yet, they can get first dibs as the official discoverers. So he asks, even though the monsters are gone, that Goblin Cave is still a huge problem. And since it's been days since the hobgoblin boss was defeated, he's probably already respawned and waiting. Toru says he's down for the plan. But then the girl who was bugging Ina for info asks if he's the legendary hero, pointing out he's way older. Toru begs for her forgiveness and admits he was lying, leaving her totally shocked as she asks if he's actually for real. The guy behind her says this is probably fake too, and she's so confused and mad that she demands to know if it's a lie or not. She says she was just curious to see the guy who threw away his shot at fame, so Toru tells her their business is officially over. She catches up and tells him to hold on because she's not done talking. So Tor turns around and asks if she actually has anything left to say. She yells that she heard he's planning to clear the dungeon and dares him to a race to see who can take down the boss first. The guy behind her says the dungeon is tiny and they have to go in one by one, making her feel super uneasy. She tells Toru he can head out first, so he gives her a relieved smile and says he totally owes her one. The guy behind her warns that if she makes a move, someone else might swoop in and win, especially since they aren't even allowed in the dungeon yet because they haven't finished signing up. She's still totally losing it, chasing after Toru and pointing her finger while screaming that he better watch his back. Mu walks up and asks Thor if he wants to take a bath, making her totally freak out and blush when she sees the kid, wondering if he's actually married. Sarah steps out, bows her head, and drops the truth. She really is his wife. She's totally confused and calls them liars since she never heard a word about him having a family, but the guy tells her to chill out, thinking she's just one of Mr. Toru's friends. Sarah says hi and explains she's on Toru's squad before introducing Mu, who immediately asks Sarah to hop in the bath so she can wash her back. The girl introduces herself as Bettina, and her butler Godan is standing right behind her. Godan says it's nice to meet them, but Toru is totally annoyed because Moose tells Godan she's totally down to be friends, so he sits down, thanks her, and offers her a piece of candy as a little gift for meeting him. She instantly pops the candy in her mouth, shouting that it tastes like honey and is super yummy, while Sarah and Thor get offered some too. Bettina just laughs and tells her to keep sucking her dry until they meet again. Then she says sorry because she's got to head out and calls for Gooden to follow her. They bolt out of there, and Toru is left wondering what the heck just came over her, while Marika is just chilling and brushing Ural's hair. She says the box is totally awesome and mentions that Urali's hair is seriously so silky. Ural admits it's a bit pricey, but she totally recommends it because it's just so crazy soft. Sheikah walks up with a tray, says sorry to Ural for the wait, and hands it over to reveal a brand new adventurer's token. Ural thanks the crew. Sarah thinks those black frames look totally gorgeous and mature, and Mew is hyped that her grandma is finally an adventurer just like her. Toru says sorry for making her wait since he's the one who invited her, but Ural tells him to chill because it wasn't even his fault. Mashika is freaking out that Ms. Ural didn't hit B rank and screams at her to quit slacking and get back to work. Toru promises they'll crush the Goblin Cave and catch up in a flash, so he tells her to just hang tight, and she nods, saying she's way more patient than. Sarah flashes a grin and says it'll be ready in a flash, while Moo adds that since she's the one doing it, everything is going to go perfectly. The very next morning, after joining the guild, Toru and his crew headed straight for the Goblin Cave. To finally reach rank E, they have to hunt down the hobgoblin chieftain deep inside the cave and clear the whole place in under 15 days. But there's a catch that makes this way harder, because these dungeon walls are actually packed with rare minerals. That's why anyone raiding a goblin cave has to bring miners along, and the squads have to make sure they stay safe. This cave is only 3 floors deep, but because of all that constant miasma, any hobgoblin you take down will just respawn in a couple of hours. The miners only work when it's safe, so they head straight for the Goblin Cave. Sarah asks if they can just explore while they dig, but Toru warns her that fighting is totally banned during crystal mining because it'll lure the other miners right to them. They've got to keep pushing forward, switching between smashing monsters and mining for ore, while Toru tells the crew to gear up because they're finally hitting the first level. One of the miners starts stressing out, wondering if they're actually safe with a kid on the team. Another guy shrugs and says, since the guild gave them the green light, all they can do now is sit around and wait. They're creeping through a super tight, pitch-black cave, and Sarah's so blind she wants to light her lantern. But Thor shuts that down fast because the light would basically turn her into a giant target for the hobgoblins. Sarah realizes she can't see a single thing, and then she suddenly smacks into something with a loud thud. Toru realizes Moo has insane night vision, so Moo tells everyone to just leave it to her and activates her power. The view opens up, and Sarah is blown away that they can see in total darkness, thinking Moo is just incredible. Out of nowhere, a rock comes flying at them, but Toru reacts fast and blocks it with his sword. He points out how fast they showed up, hears a strange noise, and tells the girls to follow him while staying way back. He pushes forward, swatting away every rock thrown his way, just as 2 monsters lunge straight at him. He slices off both their heads in one clean swing, then uses a dead goblin as a shield to block a rock while he charges forward and skewers the next monster. The miners are chilling and grabbing some drinks when one guy yells that they won't be back for ages, passing around snacks while his buddy just laughs along. Out of nowhere, Toru and the girls walk out of the cave, and when the kid asks if they gave up, Toru shocks everyone by saying they're already finished. Toru tells the miners they're free to go since the first floor is cleared, but they're totally stunned and ask if he's serious because it hasn't even been an hour. Toru pulls out a handful of sliced-off goblin ears, and the miners are so shocked their jaws literally hit the floor. The miner asks if it's finally safe, and Toru tells him, yeah, he made sure not a single one of those things was left standing. Sarah smiles and tells them they did an awesome job cleaning up, while Mew brags that she worked super hard to make sure everything is safe now. The head miner barks at everyone to stop slacking and get to work, but one guy is totally annoyed since the boss was literally just yapping about snacks a second ago. The squad heads into the cave together, but Sarah notices Toru's sword belt is sagging and asks him about it, only for him to joke that he's just getting old. She asks him if he can just fix it. Toru explains his powers don't work on anything that isn't meant for fighting. He can only repair weapons and armor that take hits. Toru thinks that's awesome and suggests they wipe out all the monsters while the miners get to work. He catches Mew messing with rocks next to the miners, and when Toru asks why she's hanging out with them on their break, Sarah says Mew thinks stacking stones is a total blast, and she's finally comfortable around everyone. Toru calls Mew to the cave, where she finally admits she's totally overdoing the same thing every single day. Once the miners realized Toru's squad was actually legit, despite how they looked, more and more people started showing up every single day. A few days later, the mining crew grew to 20 people, and they even brought in a fresh squad of guards to keep the monsters from trashing the camp. Shisan and his squad finally show up, with Shisan giving Toru props for all his hard work, while Rikaru tells everyone to stay safe, and Soku and Alessia say it's been way too long since they last hung out. Sarah's totally stoked and points out how long it's been, while Toru drops the news that they're also going to be their bodyguards for the whole ride home. Shisan gives all the credit to Thor, but Ricard asks if he finally found some guts or if he just stopped being a total scaredy cat. Hisoku tells Ricard he used to just swing his sword like a total maniac, but now he's actually smart enough to back off. While Ricard notices he can even fire a bow without acting all extra, and Alessia's just hyped she doesn't have to heal everyone constantly and can finally just sit back and watch the show. Toru just smirks at what they're saying, but then Alessia realizes she's actually got a question for him. Toru's mind goes straight to mining, and he tells them he's totally down since they finally gave up the mining rights. Everyone's having a blast, Mew too, but Toru stops her and says they aren't like her, making Mew snap that she wants to join the digging too. Toru asks if she's always loved the hole this much, and she just says playing with rocks is a total blast since hitting a pile makes the whole thing fall apart. Toru finally gives in and tells Mew that once they finish wrecking these goblins, he'll help her out, so she just needs to hang tight. Mew says she gets it and makes him promise to keep his word. After 5 days of exploring the cave, they finally grabbed all the ore they needed. One of the miners shouts that they're almost done with the first floor, and honestly, they haven't. The kid says Sarah and Mew are so adorable they could trick literally anyone, and his buddy totally agrees, making Sarah blush like crazy while Mew just looks super happy. Gather asks if they're hitting the second floor tomorrow, worried they're rushing, but Toru says they've basically finished the first level, so they'll just play it by ear. The miner's hyped about their speed, but tells them not to overdo it, and after hearing the logger's rescue story, he finally apologizes for ever doubting them. Toru just sighs and tells them not to sweat it, since he's used to this, but there are only 10 days left until the big deadline. With days still left to conquer the Goblin Cave, Ramo is hyped to see the group back so fast. And while Toru apologizes for rushing, the girls say their hellos and he asks the squad to try on the new clothes. Everyone gets changed, and when Sarah asks if she looks good, Toru just gives her a silent nod. Remo tells her that if the suit is too tight on her shoulders or arms, she can just use the chest drawstring to fix it, and Sarah points to it to make sure she's got the right one. Mu points at the hat and asks what it is, and he says it's actually made from red hippopotamus skin. Mu is totally shocked, and when Ramo asks if she's into it, she says it feels a bit weird, but she's actually loving it. Mu rushes over to show Sarah and Thor, and when Sarah touches the elbow, she's totally tripped out because it's soft until you squeeze it, which Ramos says is an effect from layering the humps of armored bears. Romo looks at them with a big smile and says he wishes he had a wife and kids, but Toru reminds him he's not even 30 yet, so he's still got tons of time. Ramo grins and agrees, saying that if a 40-year-old guy like him can land a sweet wife and daughter, then it's way too early to give up. Everyone turns to look at Toru, with Sarah mentioning how cool his robe is, while Mu points out that he's literally glowing. Romo says this robe is made from a blue striped snake that lives in nasty swamps, and since it survives in all that toxic air, its skin is super tough. Toru explains this is top-tier loot worth a massive 20 silver coins, so Sarah asks if he's really allowed to keep something that pricey. Ramo just smirks and winks, claiming he was hired to fix a snakeskin cloak, but Toru catches on that they used the job as an excuse to steal some material and make this robe for themselves. Rommel asks how the cave is coming along and points out that since they're rushing him, they must be in some serious trouble. Toru brags that nothing gets past him and they're totally running out of time, but Ramo reminds him they can't take out the Lord until they've finished mining enough war. Toru thinks about Euro and wishes they had some backup, but Ramos says those miners are actually just becoming a huge drag. Toru suddenly remembers something and tells Ramo to hold up, promising they're actually going to win this as he reaches for the bag and gives him a quick thanks. Ramos says he made that pouch to celebrate her promotion, but is she actually using it? He thinks they should take a peek at what's inside. He spots the magic stones and asks where she found them, but Mu just tells him they're snacks for Ohanamaru. Ramo admits he's totally clueless and asks for the scoop, so Sarah explains that this is Mu's favorite sled, named after its flower design, and it actually flies using magic stones. Ramo's totally shocked when he finally realizes what she meant by food. Then Sarah explains that Toru is actually ticked off at Mu for riding them way too much, leaving Mu feeling super bummed out about it. Sarah smiles and tells Rama that if she works hard on their adventures, she can finally earn some magic stones, which New says is basically just a salary. The Romapats on his head start wiggling as Tori tells him they're finally heading out. He waves them off, but then Sarah suddenly turns back and tells him she needs a huge favor. She leans in and whispers a secret, and Ramos tells her he can pull it off in just a couple of days. Sarah starts begging him to help her out, so Ramos just smirks. The crew is still tearing through the second floor of the Goblin cave, with Mu zapping enemies with lightning, while Toru uses rocks to block every single hit. He suddenly jumps the goblins and slices their heads off, but then he notices a strange shot. It's a bullet of decay. I knew it. The second floor is packed with hobgoblin shamans who actually work together, but he still takes one out like it's nothing. Sarah asks about the spell, and Mu jumps in, so he explains it's a monster skill that'll do the same thing to them if they touch it. Mu grabs Saru's gun and starts messing with the smoke, saying it's actually fun. But then the whole thing starts melting right in her hands. Sarah grabs it and asks Toru if he's doing okay or if that weird energy messed him up. But Toru just points to his cloak and tells her that a little poison is nothing to someone wearing the skin of a swamp snake. Sarah feels terrible and says she should have stopped him, but Toru tells her to take it easy since controlling flying stuff is super hard, and besides, that's exactly what the mantle was built for. Sarah thinks it over and asks Toru if she can give it a shot. catching him totally by surprise before he flashes her a big smile. She points her weapon and uses her magic on his cloak. But when Toru tries to slash it with his knife, he realizes the fabric has become way tougher. He wonders if the skill just flipped the script on the debuff that was wrecking her defense. Sarah asks how they're supposed to stop him if he can just keep spamming that power. Sarah's super hyped to hear that, but Moo's just wondering what this other key is and if it even tastes good. As they step out of the cave, the miners are totally freaking out. But Toru tells them to relax because they're going to handle every single enemy and keep everyone safe. The kid says he gets it and uses his power to give them the green light, telling them that moving fast is a huge win, even though he's totally shocked they actually came up with a plan like this. Toru says being sneaky is just part of an adventurer's pride and tells them to wait 30 minutes before coming inside. The miner asks if they just need to reach the end of the first floor, and Tora says that's more than enough to get the hobgoblin's attention. Toru asks Season if he can count on him if things get crazy, and the whole squad steps up and says they've totally got his back. They head into the cave, and as Rikura wonders if the old man is going to be okay, Hisoku asks him if he's actually worried. Rikaru asks if it's totally insane to use a massive crowd as bait just to lure out the goblins from the second floor. The ants know this will be quick and help the old miner out, but it means they'll have to throw down with everyone all at once. Hisoku starts cracking up, and when an annoyed Rikaru asks what his deal is, Hisoku mocks him for being a selfish guy who's finally worried about someone else. Half an hour later, Shisan yells that it's go time, and while Ricardo is totally hyped, his Soku tells him he might not even have to fight, making Alessia snap at them to shut up so she can finally focus. A bit later, the miners yell that they're heading in too, and inside the cave, Toru announces the first floor is totally cleared out, while Sarah asks Moo if she can take a. Moo shows off her massive rock tower, but Toru just wants to know where the rest of the monsters are hiding. Mew begs him to wait, since she's totally stressed about those rocks. But Toru gets serious and demands an answer right this second. Moo does what she's told and activates her power, spotting a massive horde of goblins and instantly shouting that there are way too many of them. Toru's hyped that it actually worked, and tells Sarah they just gotta hang in there, while she promises she's totally got his back. Toru asks Moo where the closest ones are, and the second Moo points them out, the goblins freeze up right before Toru easily takes all their heads off. Toru and Shisan run into each other in the hallway between levels, and Rikaru complains that they finished off everyone already, while Hisoku admits he knew the guy wasn't kidding around. The miner says it was just the three of them, and even though he's been doing this forever, he's never seen anything like it. This kept up for over a week, and by the time the final day rolled around, the mining boss was totally speechless. It's the final day of the Goblin Cave raid when Benietta and Godan show up to congratulate Toru for clearing the place, calling him Mr. Ordinary Hero, while Toru asks if they really dropped everything just to visit. Bettina reminds everyone they're rivals, so it only makes sense to keep a close eye on the enemy's every move. Godan tells them they haven't earned the right to be called rivals yet, but he actually digs their confidence, which just makes the girls snap and ask why he's laughing at her. Sarah says hi to Bettiana, who tells her to just call her Betty, and she's so impressed by Sarah's high-quality shirt that she asks to check out the shop together next time. Sinra promises to show her the way, hyping up how amazing the shop is, and Sarah even tells Betty they should totally go together. Betty leans in and says Mew looks super hyped, but he's still just as tiny as ever. Moo clocks her right in the face, leaving Betty totally stunned. And when she asks why she's getting hit, Moo just says that if they're rivals, they definitely aren't friends. Godin leans down, pulls out the candy, and tells her she's such a great person that she wants to give it to her as a reward. Mew thinks Godan is actually a cool guy and offers to let him be her servant, and he's totally down for it as long as they talk about the paycheck first. Mew pulls out his bag of stones to ask if these are the ones, and Godan is totally blown away by how epic they look. Godan swears he's loyal to Lady Betty no matter how much it hurts, but she's honestly starting to regret hiring him in the first place. Toru says it's finally time to finish this as they head for the last level, waving goodbye before they take off. Betty cheers him on to give it his all, and Sison says he totally believes in them, but he warns the group not to push themselves too hard. Betty's hyped and thinks they can totally win this, so Godan thanks her for being so sweet. But then he drops a truth bomb. If they actually beat the dungeon, it means they've already lost. Betty just grins and tells Godin that they'll just have to go back for a rematch. Once Toru and his squad breezed through the first 2 floors and recharged all their skills, they headed straight for level 3. They walk into this massive, weird-looking area, and Toru explains that the whole 3rd floor is literally just this one giant room. Mune spots something and points it out, and it's the hobgoblin leader himself, carrying a massive bone as a weapon. Back at the house, Urieli is busy making dinner, and when the cats start begging, she drops a plate of meat for them, warning them that's all they're getting until Thoru and the girls finally return. The goblin boss spits out a nasty cloud of poison, so Toru yells for everyone to charge while telling Mu he's counting on her, and she instantly blasts him with her thunder needle. He finally unlocks this power, and it's honestly sick that she's been pulling off both Thunder Force and Electric Spike without even touching her skill tree for the last 15 days. Toru sees Sarah totally geeking out and tells her to chill, but she says she's just way too hyped to stay calm. Toru swings his sword as the leader lets out a massive roar, but Toru just charges straight in while the monster tries to smash him. Toru dodges the hit in a split second and rips off the hand holding the weapon, making the monster scream in pure agony. Toru fires off a second strike right away, barely clipping his mouth and drawing blood. Toru zips to a new spot and strikes him right in the neck, wondering if this guy was always moving in slow motion. Before long, the monster's wounds totally heal up and the bleeding stops, and even though the girl is screaming for him to try harder, Toru just looks back and smiles. Right then, the monster sneaks up right behind him. Toru sees it coming and barely dodges the hit. His weapon touches the beast's cloak, and Toru zaps him with a massive... Toru's hyped because his plan actually worked. Spamming Sarah's appeal with that hobgoblin decay bullet was totally worth it. It only lasts a few minutes, but it's way tougher than dragon skin, and his sword gets that same insane power when he raises it. The monster roars in a total rage and lunges, but Toru instantly chops its head off and keeps swinging until the thing barely has any limbs left. The massive black hole in the middle of the cave suddenly turned back into normal ground, and even though Toru knew it would vanish once the Labyrinth Lord died, seeing it happen for the first time was still totally wild. A bunch of girls rush over to Thor, gushing about how awesome he was, even though Muth totally expected him to lose. They hug it out, but Toru says they aren't done yet, because he still needs to claim his skill fruit for beating the labyrinth. He hits the deck and finally sees his insane healing powers kick in, making any injury or weird damage to his body fix itself in record time. Toru thinks it's kind of weird since he already has recovery, but he figures it'll still be super handy for fixing up small scratches. Toru tells Mu and Sarah it's awesome and tells them to give it a touch, but once Mu does, Toru notices it's actually a massive power-up that boosts the wearer's strength. Toru tells Mu her new skill is awesome, and she's super hyped because she knows she's officially gotten even stronger. Being an adventurer isn't just about slaying monsters, since you're actually traveling most of the time, so these leg buffs are a total lifesaver. Sarah also touches Toro's anesthesia, which kicks in to numb the owner's pain the second it gets way too intense to handle. Sarah asks if it'll kill the pain, and Toru says it's the most common drop around here and a total game changer for a vanguard. Adventurers can tank hits that would knock anyone else out thanks to a skill they get from their first dungeon, but Toru knows it won't help with tiny scratches since it only kicks in for serious damage. Sarah thinks her new power is a total dud, but then she starts bragging that it's actually the perfect fit for her. Toru says it's all down to her luck now, because there's only one skill in this whole place that actually works for a vanguard, and none of them were lucky enough to snag it. Sarah senses something is wrong and asks if they're toast, but Toru says it'd be a total disaster if the ceiling collapsed on them, especially since the whole dungeon is set to vanish just an hour after the black hole is gone. Suddenly it hits him, and he asks Sarah to test out if her appeal skill actually works. She levels her weapon at the fruit, calling it bad news, while Toru admits his project is basically a weapon and tells everyone they should just head home. He steps onto the spot where the black hole used to be and feels how shaky the ground is, just like that time with the stone slab, so he decides he's got to check it out. He tells the girls to back up, so Sarah calls Mew to follow her while he slams his hand down to trigger his recovery skill. The whole place starts shaking, and Sarah screams as the leader's body parts grow back and he comes back to life. Sarah quickly shoves Mew out of the way. The monster grabs her hair and yanks her right toward him. Toru screams her name in pure terror. It feels exactly like 9 years ago, but he knows things are different now because he isn't alone anymore. He gives Mew the signal, and the little guy instantly blasts the monster with an electric spike, shocking it until it finally lets Sarah go. The monster lunges right for Sarah, but she uses the appeal to freeze it dead in its tracks, letting Toru swoop in and chop its head off. Toru checks if Sarah's all right. She says she's totally fine thanks to him. Mew admits he was so fast it caught her off guard, and Sarah says sorry to Mew for the shove. Out of nowhere, Sarah mentions that her hair being pulled didn't even hurt that much, thinking it's all thanks to her new skill. And when Toru agrees, she just says, Mew spots another stone slab appearing and tells Thor, who stands up and walks over to put his hand on it again. He scores a physical buff skill just like Mew's. He notices his old skill is still there, meaning he just doubled his power. It looks like using recovery on the stone tablet actually resets the Sora just got a massive healing boost, and while Sarah is totally hyped for her, Toru realizes he only has 6 heals left for the day, which definitely isn't enough to fix. To pull off that Labyrinth Lord resurrection trick, he had to get his blade razor sharp, but with goblins lurking everywhere on the way back, they only had 2 more chances left. Toru thinks they should give it a shot, but Sarah asks if he's actually serious about moving that massive stone slab. Turris is ready to take charge, telling Mew to fire off the electric spike and thunder needle while Sarah sticks right by her side. By the 3rd round, Toru stopped feeling pain. Mew started healing super fast, and Sora got a massive physical power-up. On the 4th try, Toru and Sora got a huge magic power-up, and Mew finally got some relief from the pain. Toru's hyped because they've all scored 4 skills each, and he thinks it's finally time to head back. Sarah asks if they need his ear for proof, but Toru says the wrecked dungeon is all the proof they need. Sarah says she gets it, but points out that even though he's the boss of this labyrinth, not a single magic stone has dropped yet, while Mew just complains that she's starving. Toru warns everyone not to celebrate you yet because the dungeon crawl isn't over until they've actually made it back outside. They step out of the cave, and a crowd starts clapping like crazy as they rush over to meet them. The second they step outside, the entire cave collapses right in front of them, leaving everyone staring at a massive cloud of smoke and dust. Thor hits the evaluation desk where the girl is just glad he's back in one piece, asking him how the whole mission went down. Tori says they somehow pulled it off, but man, those 2 weeks with the deadline were seriously intense. Inar tells them they did an awesome job and asks the kid if the dungeon is really cleared, and he confirms it's totally vanished, proving these guys are the real deal. The miner shakes his hand, saying he had a blast working together and is hyped to see them get even stronger. He hypes them up again, slides over the board with the new tokens, and tells everyone to grab theirs. Once they get back home, Sarah spots the owl on the porch, literally screaming that she's its mistress. As they're walking through the city, Yurili asks if she's even allowed to join since she didn't help with the big fight. But Feru tells her it's totally fine because this party is actually to celebrate her promotion and welcome her to the squad. Mu is super hyped and asks if they're finally gonna feast, and while Sarah is all smiles, Toru stays totally silent and won't say a word. They pull up to the spot. Sarah asks if this is it, and the moment they step inside, they get a massive, friendly welcome. The Dan shouts that they've finally made it, and the action is already going down, while Sako just sits there in total silence. Toru thanks them for the invite, while Yuro says sorry for the wait, and a blushing Dedan tells them it's totally fine and to just grab a seat. Dan points to a chair and tells Sarah to take a seat, but she points out there's only one left, and she's way too small for it anyway. Toru points to Mu's lap, but Sarah just hops onto his instead, making him whine that he can't even eat like this. Toru calls Mu over. Mu promises Sarah he didn't say a word, and then Mu just plops down on Toru's lap while a super bummed-out Sarah takes the last chair. Dadan says they're doing awesome, but Mu has zero clue who he is and asks him straight to his face. Toru reminds her he's the guy who came to fix the wall, and Sarah realizes she didn't recognize him because his hair was way messier last time. Toru explains he used restoration to get his hair back to normal, and Dadan just loses it laughing. The food hits the table, and someone tells everyone to dig in. But Dadan shouts that it's his treat today, so they can grab whatever they want, while everyone thanks him. Sako tries to order the most expensive thing on the menu, but Dadan immediately shuts him down, telling him he never agreed to pay for the priciest food and drinks. Sako tells him to stop being so petty since he's a former adventurer, then asks Urela if she's down, and she says maybe just a little bit. Sako demands another serving, and when Ural asks Dan if he's actually okay, he just loses it and screams for them to bring the whole barrel and the beans right now. Toru orders his usual round potatoes and sausage, and Dadan is totally fed up because he literally gets the same thing every single time. Toru asks if they have any regular drinks. The waiter says they've got orange juice, and Toru just orders 2 glasses. Toru tells Sarah she can order literally anything she wants. Sarah's totally down and says she wants some meat. She points at a dish and asks what it actually is. The waiter casually mentions. Sarah takes a bite and says it's super soft and yummy. Mu totally agrees those meatballs are fire, and then she asks Sarah if she wants to try some more. Sarah asks what she's looking at, and the waiter tells her it's skewered lizard fat and cartilage that's been fried and then stewed. Sarah takes a bite and says it's fire. The waiter thanks them, and Mu totally agrees that it tastes amazing. Sarah's wondering how it can even look this delicious, and the waiter just grins as he hands her the plate to take a bite. She takes a sip and is totally shocked by how good it tastes, but the waiter just asks if she understands that a little stewed meat is basically what makes the broth. Sarah finally realizes this is the big secret, so she asks him how he made the soup, but he says the recipe is top secret and warns her that if she messes up the cooking, she's totally going to fail. Sarah mumbles his words while staring at her hot soup, and the waiter tells her she's got to master the basics to be a pro, which really makes her stop and think. Toru gets served some potatoes and sausage, and Moose thinks it looks so fire, she tries to grab it, but Toru tells her to chill out. Toru warns her a bunch of times that it's gonna burn her, but she totally ignores him and shoves the whole thing in her mouth. Suddenly, her whole body bursts into flames, and she starts screaming her head off, while Toru just reminds her that he totally warned her. Mu rushes over to Isle and clings to her legs, and when she calls Thor an idiot, he just says that's exactly why she needs to listen to him. He rests his hand on her head, but even with his healing powers, he knows he shouldn't just spoil her and give in to everything she wants. Uro pulls Mu into a big hug, and while the Don gets all nostalgic about his son, Sako laughs that she's just like his daughter, a total powerhouse who doesn't listen to anyone. Toru complains that Mu is acting way too selfish lately, so Dadan tells him to value what he's already got. But Toru is just totally clueless. Daiden asks what he's supposed to do, and the answer is that he better make sure he's giving her all the love she needs. Daiden says yelling won't help right now, and he just needs to be there for the kid, so Toru asks what he's even supposed to do. The Don says it's totally fine, because being selfish is just another way to stay motivated. So let her vent, and just hear what she has to say. Uriel thinks that's solid advice, and Dadan turns bright red, saying he feels like a kid again, getting a compliment from such a total beauty. Sarah gets a sudden idea and tells her to look, but Mu just says she's not even there. Sarah points right at Mr. Mu's chest, and as soon as Mu opens her eyes, she spots the badge. She screams Ohan Amaru at the top of her lungs and asks if he's into flowers too, but Dodon just shrugs and says he's not sure, even though he definitely doesn't hate them. Torum knows this isn't just some basic flower. His master grabbed it after crushing the boss at the bottom of the dungeon. It's actually a comb that belonged to a massive, Mu calls Dadan Mr. Flower, and even though he's totally confused, he's just happy she's finally back to her old self. Daiden pats her head and calls her a total ray of sunshine. Sako jokes that Flower Grandpa is the perfect name for him. And then Daiden drops the news that he's actually, Mu yells that Sako's got those intense military eyes, making Dodden burst out laughing and call the serious fighter a total brat. But Sako just snaps back that anyone working this hard doesn't have time for sleep. Mu knows it's a total grind because she's working too, but Sako says only the people who are built for it can actually pull it off. Mu says she's got this and starts grinding to stack those stones, but everyone just cracks up laughing at her. Toru thanks Sarah for being the perfect distraction, and she finally tells him what was really on her mind. Out of nowhere, she says she's going to make some killer soup, and while he has no clue what she's talking about, he just awkwardly wishes her luck. Back at the guild, Dutton realizes the math is totally messed up, just like he thought, and Sako points out that the rainstones are the biggest problem of all. Taro and the girls show up, Mu screams that he's been missing since yesterday, and Dedden asks if they're actually hitting those new hunting grounds. He catches sight of Yerel and turns bright red, telling her she looks amazing while Sako stands behind him, completely frozen, in shock. Yerel says thanks, then Mu tells the flower guy to lean down, and the second he does, Mu snatches him right by the beard. The Don doesn't even blink. He just keeps talking about whether Sako knows where the magic crystals are stashed. Sako says there's zero evidence at the healing temple, so it was probably just ditched in a whole different city. The Don realizes the wind user is definitely behind this, and while Mu is just messing around and hanging off the Don's beard, the other adventurers walk by and are totally shocked. Mu suddenly drops his beard, but Sako snatches it and plays it off by saying his hand just slipped while he's still holding on. Mu thanks him and calls him Sleepy Mister, leaving the soldiers behind him totally frozen with their jaws on the floor. Someone tries to stop it, but Sako shuts them down. So Dadan tells him he's waiting for the report, while Mew says they're off to see the flower guy. Dadan pats her head and promises they'll meet again. Then he gives Toru a quick shoulder tap as he walks away. Sako tells Toru he finally hit E rank, reminds him that the hands-off period ends in just 5 months, and asks if that's actually enough time to... Toru steps in and grabs Move right out of his arms, and now Sikotel better watch his back, because the next hunt is going to be way more dangerous. A bit later, the whole squad and Yurili hop into a cart and start zooming away at top speed. Mew is totally crashed out on Uriel's lap, and Uriel laughs about how she was so hyped when they first started, but now she's completely out cold. Sarah's bored out of her mind, so Toru offers to stay awake and keep watch while they rest on top of the wagon. It's cheap and has a great view, but they have to be careful since goblins could jump out of the forest at any second. Sarah wants to chat, but Toru reminds her that as adventurers, they need to grab every second of rest they can get. Uriel tells Thor he can crash on her other leg since it's free, and he doesn't waste a second before resting his head right there. He stands up, thanks her, and says maybe next time. So Sarah tells him he can just sleep with her when that happens. Toru thanks her, but then suggests she should just lay down right next to him, leaving Sarah totally shocked by the offer. Uro just watches them with a chill smile, while Red Sarah says she's gonna wait until they're all alone so nobody can interrupt them. Toru admitted they would have stood no chance without that nullification, and since Sarah saw the whole fight, she's determined to hit level 2 during this trip. Sarah promises one more time that her broth is gonna be amazing, and Yeril and Toru just look at her with total heart eyes. A bit later, they pull up to a house, and when Toru wakes Mu up, she immediately asks if it's finally time for breakfast. They walk into a room full of people at tables, and when Toru hits up the counter to check if he's in the right place, the worker says yes, and immediately clocks him as the new guy. The worker welcomes them to the River of Blood adventure, but then he gets totally taken out. This guy introduces himself as Rishi from the Fukusui family, and he's the one calling the shots around here. Toru says thanks while Uriel introduces herself and says she's happy to meet her, but Mu is already demanding 3 bowls of meat dango, forcing Sarah to introduce herself and tell Mu to chill out because this isn't even a shop. Rishi breaks down how everything works, warning them that the return carriage leaves at 3 p.m. every day, so they better not miss it, especially on weekends when it gets totally packed and you need to book your tickets way ahead of time. Toru mentions seeing 3 carriages pass by and asks if they can just hop on, but Rishi explains those are strictly for construction supplies and there's basically no room for people. Rishi points out the hunting grounds up ahead, and since the Blood River is surging like crazy, 10 adventurers show up to investigate. Normally, every squad stays in their own zone to keep things from getting messy, and he really hoped they actually got the message. He breaks down the details, explaining that the Red Iron fighters upstream are just as tough as the White Iron elites, and once they cross the massive riverbed, they'll find the hunting grounds waiting downstream. Torum uses that to cross over, but he's going to have to fight through 10 massive hippos waiting upstream. He heard the hunting grounds were super crowded with all these new rules, but that was a whole different story. Toru asks how the work is split up, and Rishi explains it's all about how hyped the hunters are, since the ones who step up during the day end up being the absolute best. Toru asks if hunters and adventurers are actually at each other's throats, and there are tons of clues that they seriously hate each other. Rishi awkwardly admits that's not totally true, and even though he wants to help, he just doesn't have the crew to make it happen. He tells them he'll hook them up with any weapons or gear they need, so they better not be shy about asking for help. Rishi wraps things up and asks if anyone has questions, but Toru tells him they're all good and ready to go. Rishi hands over the paper for a signature, and while Mu is super hyped to sign it, Toru shuts her down because it has to be his name. One line out. Moot gets super bummed out right away, and Toru suddenly remembers Dadan's advice about making sure he shows her enough love. Toru then acts like he forgot how to spell his own name and asks Mugen to write it down since she's way better at it. Mu's super hyped and tells them to leave it all to her, while Yurul and Sarah giggle in the back as she flexes the paper. Toru confirms she actually wrote. Rishi grabs the paper and says the name rings a massive bell, asking if they've actually met this guy before. Toru explains he's been stuck in the ogre forest for ages, so there's no way they've met before, and Rishi totally gets where he's coming from. Rishi warns Lady Uriel that the River of Blood only lasts 2 days, so she better not miss her ride. Uro says they totally get it, and thanks him for the help, leaving Rishi standing there blushing like a total mess. They head out to the river when he suddenly points and yells, "Wait, are they actually lifting something? What even is that?" A ton of people are running around with bags, and Toru thinks they're actually hunting for some super rare gems. He points out that the sand is full of red iron, and Sarah thinks the name fits their rank perfectly. Toru explains that the loot you find here uses different colors to show off its rank. Ural's never been to Northmodge before, so she's totally freaked out by how weird and scary the river looks. Mu starts showing off her looks and her vibrant color, but Sarah warns that swimming in that river is a death trap for their bodies, and Toru totally agrees, telling everyone to stay back and definitely not drink a single drop. This stuff is super tough and doesn't even rust. Normally, wood or metal would just rot away in a few days in this water. No ships ever cross this river, which is why these are tents where adventurers can finally crash and rest, but the people inside have already spotted them. One guy wonders if this is the same dude from the forest, and his friend says it's definitely him, the same guy who wrecked Russell and headed to the temple. And since rumors, they spot Mu's bright red outfit and start freaking out, wondering how these guys aren't actually real adventurers. Toru and the girls find an open spot. He asks if they can crash there, and everyone's totally down as they all start getting ready. A guy walks up and asks what they're doing, but when Toru says they're just there to hunt, the man tells them this spot is already taken. Toru quickly says sorry, explaining he had no clue it was taken since he didn't see anything there. The guy tells them to check for any open tents nearby, even though they're almost all empty. And Toru just says he picked this spot because it's right next to the branch. The guy tells him to follow, and 10 minutes later, they're all walking down the beach while Toru notices just how far apart all the tents are. They walk up to a tent where Toru asks if they can hunt, but the guy stays silent and just points to a sign with a cross on it. Toru asks if it's really impossible, but the guy tells him he's welcome to die if he wants, leaving Toru asking what that's even supposed to mean. She smiles and warns him that going out in this rain is super dangerous, and Toru agrees because it's seriously coming down hard. Toru tells the girls they've got to keep moving, but Mu is already totally passed out on the sled. Sarah says they need to find a spot to crash for the night, while Toru notices Uriel looking pretty bummed out and asks if she's doing okay, but even though she says she is, he can tell she's unsure and suggests they take a. Uriel is gasping for air, realizing she's just not as strong as she was 20 years ago. She really wanted to just breeze through the mess and keep her cool, but those easy days are officially over. These plants are straight-up energy vampires mutated by miasma, and since they suck the life out of everything nearby, this place is a total ghost town where nothing grows and everyone is way too scared to even come close. The guy asks what's going on. Toru says they're just taking a quick breather, but the man is totally confused why they'd stop so suddenly. He doesn't even wait for a reply, before he starts losing it, yelling that he's totally done and they need to bail right now. Mu snaps awake and asks what happened, but the guy just repeats that he already told them to get lost. Thor awkwardly tells Uriel they're out of options, secretly hoping she'll protest, but then he just scoops her up and they keep moving. Uriel gets all flustered and apologizes for the mess, but Toru just grins and tells her not to sweat it. Mu asks if he's seriously going to carry her, and Sarah says he is, admitting she's actually a little jealous. Toru thinks about how far the next hunting spot is, so as they pass a tent, he tells everyone there's nothing to do there and they need to keep moving. They walk up to the tent and apologize while asking if it's free, but the guy just stares straight at Uriel's body. He smirks and says it's totally empty, but everyone inside the tent is wearing a super shady smile. Sarah walks away from the tent and gets hyped that they finally found an open spot, telling Toru to start unpacking right there while he asks the group for some help. Mu heads out and says she'll be right back, but Toru warns her to stay far away from the river. Everyone thanks Thor for the assist, but she tells her they need to crash and get some rest first. Toru hands her a folding chair, and she collapses into it with a huge sigh, apologizing because she's totally out of shape for hiking and just isn't as tough as she used to be. Toru tells her everything's totally fine and to let her rest, but Sarah starts asking for the details and if they should leave her right there. Toru heads off to help with the tent, leaving Uriel behind after she tells him not to sweat. Mu picks up the stones, totally shocked by how massive they are, while Toru and Sarah hold the fabric steady and use a rock to hammer in a nail. Toru yells that they're finally finished, gives Saru a high five, and tells him they did an awesome job. Sarah says she couldn't find a table, but she scored these crazy coasters that heat up your food and drinks in a total flash. The old lady brings in a tray of steaming hot tea and tells everyone it's time to drink up. Sarah sips her hot tea and sighs, feeling totally refreshed, while Toru calls Mu over to sit down. But Mu just yells that she's coming while she keeps stacking stones into massive towers. She grabs another rock and slams it into the tower, sending stones flying everywhere. She's actually having a blast, leaving Toru totally confused and wondering if this is even supposed to be fun. They get closer to the river, and Toru tells everyone to stay put while he scouts ahead, making Mood wait by your eye so he can check out those stones. Everyone follows his lead. Sarah warns him to stay safe. Uriel says she totally gets him, and Mu screams that she loves him as she hands over her electric spike. He moves closer and gets a weird feeling he's seen this place before, but he can't quite remember. And now he's just wondering what's waiting on the other side of that. The rocks under his feet start shifting, and then a bunch of black frogs suddenly leap right out of the water. One leaps right at Thor, making him step back as 4 more frogs start surrounding him. Uriel's worried the ox spirits are actually super mad, so she knows she's got to step up and do something about it. She drops a sleep spell that puts all the animals into a deep slumber, making Sarah scream about how awesome it is while Mu yells that they're totally going to win. Uriel warns everyone. This spell usually only hits one guy, and since it disappears so fast, they pump in extra magic to keep it hitting at full power until the very last second. He's burning through tons of magic, but his power is so massive that he barely even makes a dent in it. This universal spell spreads way differently than normal magic and packs a much bigger punch. Toru starts hacking away at the monsters with his sword. These frogs are covered in poison spikes, so touching them is a total death sentence. Between all that gross slime and the sharp spines, his blade, he's ready to end the last one, totally hyped that they can't even move a muscle. Suddenly, an arrow streaks through the air and clangs right off his sword, thudding into the dirt as Toru spins around to find his neighbor standing there. Teru pulls out his arrows and asks what the plan is, but the guy just smirks and asks if he's seriously talking about his arrow. He just smirks and says, "My bad," for missing, then asks for it back, since he's sure there isn't even a scratch on it. Toru warns him to be more careful next time, but the guy just snaps at him to shut up and hand it over already. Toru holds out the arrow, but when the guy grabs it, Toru refuses to let go until the man's hand actually starts to shake. He's totally panicking and yelling at him to just fire the arrow already, while his two buddies scream the same thing, promising to wreck the guy the second they get the signal. Sarah's screaming for him to stay safe, and Mu tells him to give it a shot, so Toru just lets the arrow fly and it hits back with pure rage. Toru rushes over to the girls and tells them they need to move right now because this spot is way too dangerous. These three are still going strong, and as one points the way, the archer pulls out an arrow and starts lining up his shot. Toru and the girls are just chilling and talking when suddenly the bowstring snaps and smacks the guy right in the face. Sarah whips around to see him kneeling in pure pain, and Toru just stares at his hand, reminding the guy that he told him to be careful. You can literally see blood staining the whole river. Uriel hits those frogs with her magic one more time. They pass out instantly, letting Thurpa step in and finish them off. Right behind, Toru and his crew set up on an empty riverbank, moving way down the river from where those archers had them trapped. Just as Toru swings his sword at the frog, a massive fish bursts out of the water and blasts a stream of weird, bubbly liquid right at him. Toru snaps into action and jumps back, but that nasty liquid is still flying right at her, so she yanks up her cloak to block the poison just in time. Right then, the fish sprays this nasty liquid at the girls, and they totally freak out, but Sarah uses her appeal just in time to send that poison flying right back down. The liquid splashes the surviving frogs, making them pass out and start croaking one by one. The owl jumps back into the action and drops a freezing fog wall, surrounding herself in thick smoke before blasting it right back at those frogs. They suddenly freeze in place, and even though they're wide awake and know exactly what's happening, they're totally stuck and can only shiver in terror. Toru takes a swing, but right then, the frogs start moving and head straight back to the river. Toru tries to catch up, but that crazy fish leaps out of the water again. It starts spitting poison at them once more. Toru dives out of the way just in time. Toru stands up right as the poison flies his way, and he's too shocked to move, but Sarah transforms just in time to block the attack and send it splashing back into the river. The frogs suddenly bolt into the river, and Sarah screams that they actually got away. She yells at that annoying fish to finally leave them alone. Mune is hyped, thinking they ran away in fear, while Uriel is just bummed they didn't freeze them solid. Sarah says she's sorry and wishes she could keep them away for good, but Toru just smiles and tells her to relax, because none of this is her fault. Sarah is totally devastated, and right then, Toru walks over to a dead frog and slices its tongue right out. Mu asks if he cut her tongue out, and he holds it up as proof of his loss while warning her to stay back because it's super poisonous. His blade gets totally blunt just from touching his tongue, and it even starts cracking and melting right in front of him. But he just uses restoration to snap it back to normal. Tor heads back to the river, figuring that going downstream will give them way more space to hunt. While the group chills out with some tea, Toru notices the monsters are finally thinning out, and the only one actually vibing is Mu while he sorts through all their new loot. Toru complains that dealing with this frog is a total headache, but Urol just sips his tea and says the vibes are perfect. Mu rushes over and throws her arms around Toru's neck, but he just keeps holding his tea and tells her to watch out. Sarah sees this, ditches her tea, and bolts over to give him a huge hug too. Euro says he can tell he's a solid guy, and Sarah mentions that just a quick hug from Thor makes all her problems melt away. But then she asks Euro what he thinks. Ural takes a second to think and decides this is the perfect move, so she slides her chair right up to Thor and gives him a big hug next to Mu as they all close their eyes. And finally, out of nowhere, Mu notices Toru looks totally depressed and asks if something's wrong, but he just sips his tea and tells her not to worry because every guy makes that face. Mu jokes that it's probably because she's just way too cute, and when Toru smiles and agrees, she starts beaming even harder. They're all huddled together in a big group hug when Toru asks if they should move their hunting spot somewhere else. She opens her eyes and says everything looks good, but Sarah points out they can't even fit because of all these fish. Toru says he can handle the hits just fine, he's just scared of waking them up, so Sarah backs off and asks why he doesn't just put them back to sleep. He shuts his eyes again and says these creatures are actually pretty cool while he's still hanging on to Thor. She stares at the river and explains that even though this water magic is super strong, it's got a massive weakness. If you hit it with the same move over and over, the spell gets way weaker. Teru asks if this means the monsters are building up a resistance, and Avril just smiles and tells him he's totally right. Mu is super hyped and asks Toru if she should go for it, but he says she can only do it if she becomes a pro swimmer. And even though Sarah is worried she needs way more, Toru sips his hot tea and tells everyone they've just got to sit back and wait right here. The girls are all still clinging to him, but Yerl admits she's totally wiped out and thinks they should just take a break. Mu asks if dinner is ready, but Toru just hangs his head, looking super annoyed, leaving Sarah totally confused as she asks him what's wrong. Toru whips his head around and shouts, asking how long they're going to just sit there and stare at them. The guy in the middle clicks his tongue because he totally spotted them, making the dude next to him super annoyed since he warned them to stay hidden. But he just shrugs and says he was waiting for. The first guy doubles down on liking sweet and shy girls, but the third guy isn't having it, arguing that charm and being serious is what really counts. Guy 1 is super confused. Toru is totally fed up and grits his teeth, so the guy in the middle steps in to break them up, apologizing for the interruption and telling them to keep going. But Toru just loses. The group starts introducing themselves, beginning with the oldest brother, who's the super responsible type you can always count on, followed by the middle son, Ninlas, who's 2 years younger and always. The old guys smack him on the head for that comment and immediately go right back to brawling with each other. Uriel asks if they want some tea, but Toru totally snaps and demands to know why she's even inviting them. The brothers chill out instantly and say they're totally down for tea, scratching their heads in the most awkward way possible. They all end up chilling in a circle drinking tea, but just as Toru starts to ask a question, someone jumps in to ask what he's thinking. Toru's super annoyed and demands to know what they're doing there, but the middle guy just stops to think before asking why Toru even cares. The oldest brother pipes up and says the older guy suddenly realizes they're total newbies and offers to help, while Mew sits on Sarah's lap looking super salty that someone is drinking from her cup. Toru asks how long they've been hunting here, and the middle guy says it's been over 2 years and he's totally sick of looking at this gross red water. Toru figures they're his neighbors, but is confused why he didn't see them on the way, so the middle guy explains they were just further down the river where the bank is way bigger. Toru asks what happened to the prey, but he says there's absolutely nothing left here or anywhere else downstream. Toru asks why they don't just take the other path, but the sad guy in the middle says they're way too broke to go that way. He tells them it'll cost a massive amount of cash for people like them to get in, and Toru immediately wants to hear all the details. He's totally down and suggests splitting the river's loot into 3 zones, starting with the top area that's packed with wild hippos and monsters you can farm for serious points. Just like he said, that place is way too popular to get into easily, so they're heading back to the middle course they've already been to. You'll spot red pois and frogs hanging out there, but once it starts raining, way weirder things start showing up. Toru asks about that black cross sign they saw earlier, and he warns that hunting in that spot would be a total disaster. He says being way down here in the lower reaches is a total drag because it's so far away, and while you can catch fish, they just get in the way and make this the absolute worst place to hunt. Toru explains that's why the place is so empty, saying it's way better to wait for the middle area to open up than to waste time hunting here. He explains that even though there's more prey there, it's still a bad spot to hunt because way too many people are fighting over the same kills. Toru thinks it's totally wild that he got kicked out just for standing around while Uriel was sick. He figures they probably thought they were getting robbed. But Toru's like, wait, why would they even think that? He says tons of people act like they're just passing by. Then they suddenly snatch their target and bolt. He says they almost got played, and now the whole neighborhood is going to see them as the biggest threat around. Even if they hunt in the middle of the river, they still have to come up to leave, so Toru asks if he's actually being serious. He admits it's all true, explaining how these groups hog all the loot and keep the profits for themselves based on their race. Toru asks if he's actually one of them, but the guy says they'd all be dead by now if that were true, and his brother totally backs him up. Toru thinks it over and asks how to get to the upper levels, so the guy sips his tea and says it's going to cost a crazy amount of cash. Toru gives a nervous grin and says that just watching isn't going to teach them everything this time. The middle brother says they can try to hold their ground, but they'll probably get wrecked in a real fight, while the oldest is totally let down that they can't even use magic, and the youngest just hates how messy and bloody everything gets. Ural totally breaks the tension by offering everyone more tea, and the middle one is super happy to say thanks. He says the tea is fire, and the younger guy admits he's super nervous and thirsty because he's surrounded by so many beauties, making Uro giggle behind his hand as he thanks him. She brings over some hot tea, and Toru asks if they know who's actually running the show here. He sighs just thinking about it, because the Red Thunder, Purple Eye, and Red Tail tribes have the absolute best hunting grounds, packed with nearly half of all the river hippos. They're actually part of the Purple Eyes themselves, which is why they got an invite, but he thinks the Diderot tribe leader is a total jerk. Toru is totally losing it because nobody is speaking up, but then he hears the rumor that the rebels just ended up drowning in the river. Everything goes quiet, as Toru remembers how stressed Rishi looked when he asked about all the trouble. He keeps explaining that these guys in black suits are totally out of control, and they're actually from the Adventurers Security Department. Toru asks what's happening next, but the brothers are totally clueless and ask him what he's even trying to say. Toru asks if they're done for now, but the guy in the middle just grins and tells him he's pretty sharp, then reveals they've actually got a whole plan ready to go. The older one bets everyone would be a total mess if they brought it to life, but the younger one says he's just not ready yet. The oldest brother awkwardly tells Toru to just forget the whole thing, and Toru's totally fine with it, while the middle brother offers to show them some cool tricks once he gets a quick break. He asks if the only reason they're struggling with the frogs is because those fish are blocking them. Mu agrees, and while Sarah says it's a total nightmare to handle, he claims fixing it is actually going to be a breeze. Sarah asks how they're going to drag these frogs away, and he explains that the further they get from the shore, the less likely those fish will spot them or blast them with water bombs. Sarah warns them it's not that easy, since those frogs never actually go back to the river, but she gives in immediately, and the brothers just flash a grin and a thumbs up